Greetings and happy Wednesday. Hoping everybody is shuffling on in for week 3, episode 3. Tonight's going to be interesting. Greetings. Yes, it's going to be some heavy lifting and some complex stuff, but we're going to shuffle through it and it's going to be awesome. Make sure your laptops are all ready and willing and able. Make sure you're logged in. Get your notes out, etc. Also, grab yourself a cup of coffee or whatever it is, your beverage of choice, wherever you are in the world. I am a little hoarse today, so I apologize ahead of time. I'm doing my best in the background, but as we let everybody kind of come in, plan on starting in about, I don't know, at the top of the 10-minute mark, while the guys get everything set in the back. Of course, as always, you want to be on Innovations Think Tank, or Innovator Think Tank. Wow.com, so that we have the live stream. I just didn't want it to be too quiet in the background. You know the rules, guys. You shuffle in, get your stuff done. It's lovely to see all of you here. So, if you're not seeing a familiar face of a friend that is supposed to be here, tag them and bag them. Get out there and retweet this space and make sure you're tagging the folks that you're not seeing in the audience so that we can make sure that no one gets left behind. So welcome to everybody. I see you, Crazy Jack. We're in class tonight, friend. So it's not one of our normal chit chat spaces. Just know that I think you're awesome and I'm really proud of what you're building, friend. So I see you're waving. All right. I see Sharon and Alisher. Um, and there's some other faces that I haven't seen in here before. Tahir, I see that you're here, and I see that Ronan, I haven't seen you in a while. So I hope that you're welcome and that you can figure out what we're up to. We are building a community around the WordPress blog that we built last season. It's going to be a continuation of that. Just pull yourself up a chair and a cup of coffee or whatever, and we'll start in just a few minutes.
Welcome in, everybody. We're going to be starting the space officially in about 4 more minutes. So, welcome, Dan, Sharon, Jeff. See some other people trickling on in. Don't forget to retweet and like the space. And if you see a buddy that hasn't seen the space pop up yet, make sure to send him a DM and get him in here and get your coffee hot and ready. We'll be underway in about 3 more minutes.
Real quick, too, for folks that have your My AI tutor, you're going to be probably using that. Don't quote me, but I'm hazarding a guess. So make sure you are logged in, and that everything that we completed last week that you can at least get back to. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I have to go through the same motions also. So in the interim, while we're waiting for everybody to shuffle in, um, logging in on those sites, making sure that you're, you know, everything's working. And also, you have your Slack channel. So make sure we have the Slack channel up, the Innovators Think Tank up, and then also remember to mute your screen if you're listening to the spaces on your phone. I know that sounds kind of weird, but you'll understand it exactly when we start. Then you have that wicked feedback. So we don't want that to happen. Um, in if you're not seeing everybody here, please make sure you're tagging them. We're working on that behind the scenes as we speak. So um, we'll be there in just one moment.
All right, I think that's good enough. Welcome everybody to week 3 of building a community platform on WordPress. It's the third season of the Ideas to Impact series with ITT and TSI. I'm happy everybody's made it here for the third week, and I hope everybody's ready to build their modules out today. And thanks to our partners, Tech in Schools Initiative, Ross, Nick, and Alisher, for being the killer coders they are and teachers they are for making this happen. And thank you, DigitalOcean, Cisco, and cPanel as well. Um, Guys, be sure to connect with people if you need help in the comments or maybe some feedback when you're building out your community platform here. Also, just post about it, maybe what your idea and what you're building on the ITT Hub on the website. Luke has put in so much effort. The website is killer, and what is and with that, I think I'll pass the mic over to Sarah, and we can get underway with the third week, guys. I'm excited.
Well, I think everybody here should be proud of themselves. It also is kind of interesting in the dog days of summer. We're heading on to the starting school and going back to school leg of the summertime. And so scratching out that time for yourself is sometimes very difficult. Here in Michigan, obviously, we have the right before harvest. So, we burn daylight around here and making sure that you get all that stuff done while the weather is behaving. So um, commend yourself for showing up. You're learning a new skill. These skills are not easy. Reskilling is difficult. If it was easy, everybody would be here. And the fact that there are few people here tonight is a testimony to the resilience and grit, determination that some of us are summoning. So pat yourself on the back for that one. We're going to get underway and get started. As you can see, we have the AI tutor icon up at the top. We also have Tech in Schools, and we have Matea and we have Cash Money Kev at the helm for the Innovators Think Tank. We have Nick, Alisher, and Ross that are going to be helping us out this evening. If for some reason you have now, this is above and beyond. And so sometimes when you're tired, your eyes very hard to concentrate. We get it. We understand it. I am notorious for, I've said it 1,000 times and I'll say it 1,000 times more, especially when you're flipping screens. Sometimes you can get very get her done, got her did. If something is not going right tonight, you know what? Sometimes it is easier to just kind of do it. Just give us a hand signal that you're gonna be ducking out. Maybe put it on the Slack channel so that we know where you are or where you stopped, so that we can be prepared tomorrow morning to help you get to the things that you need to get done, so that you can be ready for the next week. All right. So without further ado, I see that Luke is in the audience. I want to say thank you to Luke. He really does make all the magic happen behind the scenes. And it's not an easy task. It's not an easy task to toggle everything. And so I just want to give the man his flowers because he's a very, very talented and lovely human. So I saw him there and I want to make sure that we go ahead and do that. All right. So we've got, let's see how many, we've got about 21 people in the room. This would be awesome. So make sure that you're all logged in. You have your beverage of choice. If for some reason this is just not clicking, get in the speaker panel and then you can just kind of raise your hand. If I'm not seeing your hand because you're on a laptop, just kind of wave it and then tag me in the back. Twitter has been awful today, just outright not cool. So um, doing laps might have to happen quite a bit if you're not hearing our voices, or if I'm not seeing you as a speaker or your hand raised. Hopefully, Cash Money Kev can catch it, or Matea. We'll do our best. But once again, I don't know if it's solar flares, new moon, retrograde, just fill in the blank. Something is not going well for Twitter today. So we'll leave it at that. Who is behind the AI Tutor PFP? Is that you, Ross? How are you today? Happy Wednesday, friend.
I am good. How are you? Yeah, because I have to be on like different Twitters while I stream, and you know, so yeah. New PFP, same person.
Well, excellent. I'm glad that you're here. I also wanted to point out, it's interesting. We were playing with Flux and having fun behind the scenes, and it seems like the Twitter sphere is now picking up on that. And I just want to kind of, gloat a little bit that we had access to it first. So seeing the art that folks are creating, kind of dotting along in the timeline is such a, I don't know, it's a point of pride for me, especially when you have people that are outside of our circle kind of noticing. And I just want to also give the Tech in Schools crew their flowers because it's not easy to catch the eye of some very, very big accounts. And they have been. And it is just so freaking cool to watch from the cheap seats. Their hard work pay off. I think that's one of the things that we embrace the most around here is just achievement. There's something really cool about human achievement. And I know that there are a whole cadre of people that get jealous and they like to knock people off their pedestals and whatnot. But here it's a little different. When you're in the trenches as an entrepreneur, you know what it takes. And there's no easy way to do that. There's no easy way to get to the top or to achieve greatness, whatever that is for you. And, you know, people that are there with you, they get it, they understand it. Um, and we're rooting for the underdog. And I love to see that happen. It's like we all have beer budgets and champagne taste. And it's wonderful to see us all at the picnic table, grunting it out and making sure that we can get everything built. So without further ado, if Ross is ready, we're ready to start.
Yeah. So guys, on the live stream, you should see my my C panel. Just make sure you can get the C panel. That's like really important for today. Because we have to build a few things, and we're gonna start working on connecting all the dots. Because there's a lot of dots to connect. The main thing that we have to figure out, right, is how do we build what other people are paying monthly for, right? Because there's a lot of things you got to pay for. So one, it's like your landing page and that whole lead funnel stuff. That's like a whole thing you pay for. Then there's like your community platform, like Mighty Networks for $200 a month. So um, basically, what we're gonna try and do is replicate all these things, right? Open source, free. The biggest thing that they gate, right? So the biggest content gate right now for all these platforms, Mighty Network, School, all of them, is courses. Being able to, distribute self-paced courses, things like that. Fun fact: all of that could be done in WordPress with a combination of plugins and things that we create with AI Tutor. Because AI is truly just, I mean, if I wasn't appreciative all the time, in the last like 42, 72 hours, it's been like amazing to just lean really hard on AI Tutor for something I did not understand. And I tried ChatGPT, like the paid version, because I'm just like, let me just see what if it could do it real quick. And then it turned into like an hour long like anger fest of me almost like wanting to put my hand through the screen. Because ChatGPT tends to take you around in circles no matter what you do with it. It's just like, are you ready? We're gonna go in circles for the next 2 hours. And I literally got frustrated and went to AI Tutor, which was dumb. I should have did that from the beginning. But I wanted to try like 4 mini and see if it was like good at all. And then I went to AI Tutor, swapped between 3 different models, and it nailed it within 30 minutes. And that's how I was able to get our new video model up like that quickly. So all the things you're seeing that you're proud of, Sarah, literally I leaned really hard on AI Tutor to help me build them. Like super hard.
It looks fantastic, Ross. Like really, really good. And the hard work does show, and the payout is good, because I've noticed other people paying attention that normally don't. And I just want you to know, I know how hard you work, and I also know how difficult this project was, and you knocked the ball
Yeah,
out of
I
the park.
mean,
I'm
honestly,
really,
so
really proud of you.
it's the first time we started getting emails about trials since the last 72 hours for Pixio. Because people are like the thing for today, I put before it said, innovators think tank idea to impact season 3. Then it like flipped around, and then it said 7 p.m. That was all AI. Like I didn't edit it at all. That's our new keyframe feature, where you supply the start and end frame, and then it like figures out the rest. And it's just so cool. So I appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you. But in case you guys are wondering, like, if you really can build something with AI, I mean, yeah, I built the front end and the back end with AI Tutor, like both of them simultaneously. And it's crazy. Beam is wild. And also, I didn't see you last time, but really good job, Cyril. I know you're like doing the same thing, and you're posting about it, and people should like read what you're creating and how you're building it, because you're open sourcing all of it. I can tell you, I'm building something in our new website using your open source tool. We're gonna aggregate tweets that talk about Pixio and AI Tutor. And you like figured out the problem. I don't gotta figure it out. You open sourced it. All I gotta do is refine it, and all optimizations that I find, I'm sourcing back to your repo, so you can merge it in with some extra fanciness that I'm gonna add to it. But yeah, so back to what I was saying before. Oh wait, hold on. Got a message. Yeah. Starboss. Send me a message, private message in Slack, and I'll book a meeting with you tomorrow, and we'll sort you out. But it won't stop you from what you're doing today, so you're good. Okay, so first thing is we need a blank WordPress. Do we have a blank WordPress? Now, we could merge all this into our current WordPress, but it gets difficult sometimes. So what I like to do, like with AI Tutor, it's a WordPress website front end, and then when you go into another infrastructure after you log in, you could do the same thing actually. So your website could just be a front site, right? So it doesn't have to have all the plugins. Now, this is really important for all new builders. Do you know why that's important? Anyone know why it would be important to like not have all the plugins on the main site? Any idea? Be a speaker. Guess or try.
Well, I know for me personally, having all of the plugins really makes it difficult to concentrate on what I need to do. I mean,
Okay,
you're
but
constantly having to update it and everything else. Is that what
okay,
you're
but
looking for, or something different?
no. So you can. That's a good answer. It's not bad. But I need you to always like you have to remember you always at this point in time while you're building have a split personality, right? So like yesterday when I built the video platform, I was like, this is amazing. I love it. Everyone loves it. Kirk loved it. He tried it. I'm gonna roll out larger beta to a group of people probably tonight. And y'all are gonna lose your minds, first of all. So just get ready for that, like mind melting goodness. But When I gave it to Nick, you know what he did? He went onto it and he started hitting the buttons, and like not like a normal person, like a crazy person. And he started hitting all the buttons at the same time, even though things were happening. And I got to see like all the problems that happen when things conflict, right? In WordPress, things that conflict are known as plugins. Now, why, Sarah, are you going to get to re-answer this question? Because you have to have two personalities. So me, one personality, happy, yay, awesome, brain melty goodness, right? And then on the other side, if I don't have Nick, right, doing this thing, I have to do it. I have to be like, take the Men in Black mind eraser thing and just flash my mind and be like, I know nothing about this. What am I going to do? And start like clicking and do the things that a customer will do. So when you answer these questions, think about both.
I think this is an interesting thing because for me, if I'm putting myself in the shoes of my customer, that user experience isn't usually not the one that I had charted or planned for at all. I mean, it's like they take it off. I don't know. You're too
But
young, but
that's the thing, you
that's
can't
kind of what
plan
I'm
for
thinking.
it. But that's the
Yeah,
thing, Sarah.
and
It's
so
not one of those things. It's not like kids are coming to the maker environment where like everyone's gonna sit down, eat lunch at 4. Everyone gets these tools. You know what I mean? It's not like that. It's like totally
well, and it's
random.
also like if they really frack it up, it's almost like Christmas tree lights, where they have just ruined the one piece and it cascades. Because you have so many different plugins that are all kind of doing their thing. And you have one hang up and it can crash your site. I mean, I've ruined my site doing. The other thing too is that if the plugins themselves haven't been maintained, um, they can cause all sorts of trouble. I mean, that's where most of my anxieties live, are actually in the plugins that you make me put on the computer. I mean,
I mean,
that's pretty much it.
well, it's true, but there is actually a calculated way to do this, and the only way I could think of it is like in the Men in Black. You have to pretend you know absolutely nothing, and just do everything. Do everything you're not supposed to do. Click every button. Like if it looks like you might break it, break it. Like try. That's what you really have to do when you're building out these things. Because if I don't do this, by the time if I just finish something in Pixio and give it to Sharon, Sharon will break it in 5 minutes. Like Sharon's the one to push all the sliders, and that's just one person. Like there's a bunch of people that do this, and it's not bad. Like that's why they're there, to be slid. But sometimes there's things we don't think about that are super singular test cases. But you have to think about that too now. So like when you're designing your thing and you're like, oh, my login page works, it's like, yeah, kinda, it works, but is it pretty? And if it's not pretty, then the other half of you is sad. Like there has to be two halves always. And if you don't design like this, your product will not be used by humans. That's a fact. This is not like a threat, it's a fact. Like a known fact. People go to school for this, but you don't have to, right? You are also a user. So log into your favorite app, go to your favorite website, see what the experience is when there's no app and it's a website. I know it's easy to get the app, but pretend there isn't one because then it's like you. You got to always bring it back to your situations. You can't compare yourself to like Facebook, right? Totally different.
Well, the other thing too is that if there's any friction whatsoever, you lose a customer. So if it's ugly or sketchy looking, they don't even visit. And then they don't stay very long. So it's like you have to kind of make it almost, obscenely easy, because if there's any friction points or a place where it looks confusing or there's just a bump in the road, then they're out of it. They're just gone. And
It's
it's really
true.
hard to get them back. That's the hardest part, is that once they've checked out, getting them back is really, really difficult. It's like when you lose your muscle mass, right? And you have to go work out all over again. It's 10 times harder, than if you had just been consistent and had it all put together in the beginning.
It's true. And the other part of it that's like really sort of important, but always people will look past it. It's like just because you did stuff or made pages doesn't mean you can't just hit the delete button and start again. That's not a bad thing. And I know a lot of your I looked at a lot of your websites and like they're not bad. It's not about bad good, right? But like every single one of them could use a glow up, like in every sense of that word. And I worked with um, Sharon a few times, and her website, it was like she wanted an idea. She had an idea, right? She's like, I know what I want, but like Divi wasn't giving her that look because it in her brain she had an idea, but Divi templates didn't like have something that was in her brain. So we actually made it from scratch, and you could do this. But it didn't take 30 seconds. It didn't take 2 minutes. It didn't take 2 hours. It probably took like 8 hours. But her front page is truly unique. And so, like, you can have all the best software in the world. You can go pay ConvertKit. You can pay Mighty Networks. You can pay everybody. But if it looks ugly and the UX and UI is not there, it doesn't matter. You might as well just be invisible. So it's really important that you think about these things as you build out. And if you spend a whole night fixing colors, good job. You're doing something right. I spent 7 hours designing the UX yesterday for my new video platform that I created. 7 hours on prettiness. Like you should have seen it when it worked. It was hot garbage. So ugly. Like horrifyingly, disgustingly ugly. And then I had to do the harder thing than you guys, which is you guys just got to do CSS. AI Tutor can do anything that you ask it to do with CSS. I had to write and create custom modules for Tailwind and TypeScript because nothing that I wanted existed. That's what I mean by relying on AI Tutor. But I knew what I wanted. Whereas you can't say, hey, AI Tutor, build me WordPress website, world domination. Like, that's not going to work. But smaller things will. And that's what we're going to learn. So, does everyone understand, like, what we're doing here? So, first step was, like, some way to capture your customers and give your team members a place to log in. CRM, done. X, over. Next step is a WordPress and then a community WordPress. So you can have one WordPress, put the community in there, but then you could potentially see a slowdown, both in speed, page refreshing, using your website, because WordPress gets cluttered. So what I like to do is separate everything. So my website, that's one WordPress. The whole community, that's another WordPress. The courses, we're going to get to that. Jeff G, you have a question?
Yeah, it sounds to me like you're going to have multiple instances of WordPress on the cPanel. Aren't you going to have separate URLs and domain names for all those?
Yeah, but you're forgetting one really important thing. Subdomains exist. So it could be like jeffg.com. It could be crm.jeffg.com. It could be jeffg.com/community. You know? It doesn't have to be like all different things. So, but yeah, we're gonna connect them all though. It'll look good. It'll make sense. Like right now, you go to WordPress to go to AI Tutor. You get there. You click a nice button. That button takes you to something called account.myapps.ai. Everything looks like it belongs, down to the colors, everything, logos. That's what we're gonna do. So the user won't really notice. You know, until I tell people you're actually on a different URL, they actually have no idea it's happening because they're just like clicking around. They're just like, log in. Okay, this is normal. Everything is fine. So hope that answers your question. If not, unmute and ask another. Because I want you guys to be clear on what we're building. Because it's like a lot of different things. And so if you forget to do one of the parts, you're going to be like, I don't have a third WordPress. When did we do this?
Roslove, Sharon has a question. I don't know if you can see it or not.
Sharon's a listener for me, so.
Yeah, Jeff's a listener for me too. I'm gonna take a laugh in a minute, but Sharon has her hand up.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm so hyped. Ross, do we need to now create a new domain or what do we need to do to get to a new website?
So we're not creating it yet, but what we're going to need to do is we're going to have to figure out what we already have. So if you already have a front page, like a website, that's your website.
Uh-huh.
And if you already have a CRM, then your next step, right, would be to make a new subdomain like we did before. Like go create domain and it'd be like your something dot your name dot TSI program, you know. And so you want to make it like called community or
Are we
hub.
going to do that together or do I have to do that alone?
You have to do it alone. You're being tested and you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. No, I'm kidding. We're going to do it together.
Okay, then I can do a recap. Okay, perfect. I understand.
And so once we do that, I'm just explaining it to you because like there's no point in being a robot and just clicking the buttons because I'm clicking the buttons. That's useless. Because unless you actually go study that, you're not retaining nothing. It's like in one ear and out the other. Like my mom says when I'm not listening to her. So you have to understand. You have to understand. There you go. And that English makes sense. So, who does not know what we're doing? If you're in a whirlwind of confusion, let me know. No one? We good?
I do believe we're good. I think everybody's on the. Yeah, I don't see any hands, and I see all
Okay.
speakers now, so I think we're good. Go ahead, love.
Now, making new domains only is if you're going to only exist if you're doing subdomains, which is what I like to do because it's cleaner. But of course, there's no like God of the universe, and you can do whatever you want to do. If you're like, I want to do folder, you could do that. You don't have to make a subdomain. It would just be your domain / the folder name. I get a lot of DMs every single time we have class. Like, what's the difference? There actually really isn't any. It's just, what do you like? Do you like going to a website / community, or would you like, or / hub, or would you like hub dot domain name whatever? What do you think, Sarah? Which one are you going to do? Are you going to take the hard route and make a domain, or are you going to take the easy route and do a folder?
Okay, so I probably try to do the domain name. I really want to learn how to do it. Although if I cry enough, I'll probably have a folder. I mean, I had to go back and redo over and over again because I'm still like fighting against, a computer that insists that it's in S mode. So sometimes it doesn't want to do what I want it to do. But I really think that sometimes, even though it's not, for me, a folder would be ideal. But I really have to understand, just my personality type is understanding how everything works. And then I can make an informed choice. So it is the road less traveled and it is the one that keeps me up at night. But I think that's the way I have to go. Just because the other thing too is that to teach is to learn twice, right? And so for all of this ecosystem, it's not normally something that I get wicked excited about, but because it's such an important and integral part of an entrepreneur's life, especially solopreneurs. I think there's so many people in this room that need these skills right now. And I mean that with the bottom of my heart, is that we are in a very interesting shift. And if they don't have the ability to use the leverage to create the sites and the communities that they need, they are going to have a really hard time in the very near future. So for me, I think this is one of those literacies, these core literacies, just like in the 21st or the 20th century, you had to have certain things. When I went to school, I had to learn how to type, right? Because you had to learn how to type. And then the computer comes in, and then you have to learn how to, turn it on and off in a floppy disk and everything else. But I think for right now, a core competency is understanding your AI cohort and then how to do this, how to build it out. Because if you can't have a community, you're not going to have a customer base. And that's just period, end of story. You have to maintain your own tribe, because from here on out, you're a separate node, and you have to be able to deal with all of the different little facets and spokes. And if you can't do that, you're gonna be up a creek without a paddle. So I guess that's a long answer to a short question. How about that, Ross?
Good. So after we build out our members area, right? The next thing we have to do, which is really important, is handle our courses, because that's also really expensive. All these companies charge you a bunch of money, and there's a lot of ways to do it. But I know a way that I've done it in the past, so we're gonna go with that one, and that is easy. That will just require you to go to cPanel and install a new application. So, and I also will tell you one thing, Sarah. If you're going for security, folder is not good.
And that's kind of where my intuition was leading me, is that a folder is not going to help with the kind of protection and privacy that I will need. I mean, if you're dealing with kids or anything that requires anything of security, it's like a gimme. You know what I mean? Sharon, did you have something to say, hon?
Oh, do I still have my hand up? I'm sorry.
No, I heard a voice in the background, and I was like wondering who it was, and I couldn't, put my finger on it. And you're the only female speaker other than myself.
No,
So,
no.
okay, very good. Continue, Ross.
So at the end of the day, we're gonna have three parts: a front website, right, which is gonna act as your lead generation, act as your landing page, and act as your funnel. Then we're gonna have a CRM, four things, and then we're gonna have a courses, and then we're gonna have membership. These are all going to be separate URLs that are going to be put together. In addition to being super secure in the firewall way, it's also segmenting your data. So if someone tries to hack your website, and they somehow do, even if you're not on our server, these protections exist, they can't get to your customers. And then even if they do, they can't, because Stripe. So having things separated increases security, because it becomes harder to access the things that they would want. So ideally, they'd want to link customer data to credit card, to any sort of data in your database. But the problem is there'll be 4 databases, Stripe to deal with, and a lot of other barriers because of the way it's being built. Each thing like vTiger and Moodle, they have their own protections too. So it's like layers of security. And so when it comes to configuring security, well, it's not going to be something that's a plugin, right? We're just going to be like AI Tutor, increase security on this file, paste. Then you take what it gives you and paste it back. Because we're going to need to stop certain things from happening, like someone try to log in 10,000 times, because a bot could do that and also crash your site.
What you're saying is also really important on another level too. You're trying to reduce your liability. As a solopreneur, the onus is on you. The buck stops with you, right? And if you can add more layers of friction and more, kinds of you know, big screens between you and somebody that would want to compromise your website. That's really, really important. And having all of these little pieces that help you also, because vTiger also has, you know, a reputation to maintain. cPanel has a reputation to maintain. And because we're using sources that, let's say a WordPress, that is open source, that means that it is a whole heck of a lot easier for someone to help us when we hit a brick wall. And I guarantee you, you will. You know, you're going to come to a moment where you're going to say, something is not working, something's broken, and you need help. Well, if it's an open source ecosystem and it's not proprietary, it makes it a lot easier to get the help that you need right away, as opposed to finding somebody that's specialized in XYZ, you know, that kind of thing, which is really, really important because, you know, like Ross has told stories in our Saturday night sessions where you know he's under attack, right? And these folks come out of the woodwork because he has collaborations with them, he has, you know, is using their tools, and he has those pipelines and those conduits in place. And you know, there are a lot of people that can come out of the woodwork really, really fast to help you out. And when you have a breach like that, time is of the essence, right? So it is a very smart way of doing it. The more friction that you can add for ne'er-do-wells and at the same time reducing friction for your customers, that's the delicate balance, that's the dance that we are playing in this kind of ecosystem.
I will tell you, there's really cool things that you guys could do once everything's built. So, for example, there's a plugin that's called Connect Press, and it's like $20, right? But what it does is crazy. It takes all your WordPresses and makes them single sign-on. So no matter what part of the platform you're on, you can use the same login, like Google login across everywhere, the same Google login, and one account, shared data, because everything is going to be WordPress and PHP.
I have a
Question?
question really quickly. Yeah. Do you use like a YubiKey? Do you use any of those kinds of, you know,
Me personally, or can the WordPress?
yeah. Can the WordPress that we have also?
Yeah.
I'm just curious because
Yeah.
I think that those are really important and they are saving my tail left and right. So I was
So
just curious.
WordPress can do anything from YubiKeys to single sign-ons to, you know, token validation for crypto to allow you into the site. I mean, there's a lot you can do there. I mean, it's literally integrated everywhere. Like every single thing has something to, like, even if there isn't, you could just be like AI Tutor, make me a WordPress plugin that does X, and it'll do it, and it'll help you. That's what's so cool, and why I shouted Cyril out, because like he didn't just build like some piece of code you have to run. It's a WordPress plugin, super pluggable, super buildable.
Mateo, oh, he was making a mistake. One of the other questions I had for you, Ross, you brought it up last time, is that, you know, would you be able to have different permissions for different users? So for instance, okay, have we gone over that or no? Because that was one of the questions I had in the DMs.
Not yet.
Can you make something that resembles like a Discord where you would have a moderator, but they would only have limited access,
Well,
you know,
that's a
or
loaded
different
question.
layers?
You mean like layers of permissions, or like chatting like Discord?
Layers of permission, because
Yeah,
I would
it'll
think
have
that
that
you would, especially if you have
for
young
sure.
makers. Yeah, you don't want to have someone that has, because one of the, I don't know, because I'm not familiar with this person, definitely. I don't know their business model, but a YouTube star, his name is Mr. Beast, and he recently had some issues with a partner that created his website. And so you have these kind of animosity between, you know, folks that are in that ecosystem. And a lot of times good fences make good neighbors. You know, when you're starting a business, you can't just say, okay, I'm starting a business with a friend and I'm going to, you know, make sure everything is, you know, permissionless, I guess it is. Even Alex Damsker was explaining, hey, you shouldn't do that, you know, where you could have someone that's in charge of pieces of your business and then, you know, you're shielded from it and then you get screwed or something like that. I see that title has come up. Did you have a question, hon? Title, can you hear me? Take off mute.
I can hear you now. I'm sorry. It was connecting from Wi-Fi to my phone to take my daughter. I got two things. The first thing is related to what you're saying. Wow. Can we go with Mr. Beast? So Solidity Records, which basically has a lot of adult entertainment stuff, they had to do their own KYC. So the bigger question is like, how can you make sure that people are
You're breaking up, friend. We're hearing every word. How can you make sure you're, and then we're all hanging on your last word. Go ahead, try again.
am I breaking up?
Yeah, you have either the earphones are in or whatever. You're breaking up every other word. At least for me, I'm thinking that other people are too, because we're getting the laughing emojis or the crying emojis or the just an immediate response that we can't hear you. Can you try again, hun? I think he's going to run a lap. We'll
Yeah,
see
we're
how it
doing
works.
laps
Yep.
there.
But I think that's one of the things that he was thinking of too, because some of these sites are going to be adult content. Scoble himself said, "Look, it's going to be, used for adult entertainment or whatnot, or education." There's like no in between. But go ahead.
Okay, how do I sound now? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
You sound awesome. Go ahead.
Great. Okay, so basically, the thing is that it's KYC is the issue. You have to they had to figure a way to KYC people, so they did everything manually, which was the most legal way they could do it. But it was so weird. So they got like IDs and validations as much as they could. Then they just opened up the Discord role to like adult people because their music. So with music industry specifically, you've got a lot of teenagers that are underage that are into music, right? And so that's what they ended up doing. But I guess related to that is like, how would you create a KYC system? The other thing kind of related to that, but more on a just business level, is like APIs. Here, come on, we gotta go. I'm taking my daughter to school. So the thing is that the API calls. So this is something I found out when I was doing Discord stuff originally with bots, is that every time your bot makes an action, it could create an API call, and then the API call that can start leading to a lot of charges. So the factor is that is there a way to potentially group the API calls so they don't all go to the server, which could create potentially a charge? It's kind of like how Polygon works with transactions. So I got to take care of my daughter now.
That is a really good question. I'm going to throw it at Ross just because I know that you can token gate, and that's kind of where the NFT ecosystem comes in. We say non-fungible tokens, but it's basically a token that's attached to you, and some of them can be soul bound and yada yada. But go ahead, Ross.
I mean, there's nothing that's not possible, right? So like either you're an insanely good developer and you can just write it real quick, you find a plugin that does what you want, or you build it with an AI. Those are your three main options when you want to do anything on WordPress.
But I guess it starts with you got to know what you want, because I think that's the other thing too, is a lot of people that are coming into these classes, they're expecting you to lead them and create an ideal scenario that is catered or curated or tailored to their specific needs, and that doesn't always work, because sometimes, like I said before, even with my original SaaS project went way off the rails, or my original WordPress template was, after I played with it, I realized this is nonsense. It doesn't fit the need that I had, right? You didn't have a solid why to begin with, then you're going to be, trying to staple Jello to a tree or something. Go ahead, Title.
Oh, okay, across the street. So I was gonna just shamelessly chill and ask the question, could AI tutor help me build everything I just mentioned?
Yes.
Oh, for sure. I mean, literally what I built yesterday is crazy. So what I finished building yesterday with AI Tutor was wild. It like takes keyframes and makes crazy video. Like it's so cool what you can do. But if you know what you're trying to do, the tools can help you. You have to have a clear understanding of what you're trying to accomplish, and it could pretty much guide you and or build the thing you're trying to do. So like for you, it's actually quite easy for you guys right now because You're not going to be like, hey, AI tutor, build me like a whole infrastructure. You're like, no, you know what WordPress is, dude. Build me a WordPress plugin that does this. Like, that would be how I would start that conversation. And it really will work. Like, AI tutor will identify a project plan, lay it out, and start telling you what you need to do. And it'll only be like 10 files max. Like, a plugin's not a lot of files. And because WordPress is modular, it's like super easy to use. It's like upload new module. That's it.
All right.
Yeah, this is a world of awesomeness, by the way. I loaded a MAMP onto my system and went through the process of trying to build out WordPress plugins and, you know, maybe do something I could put on Envato. And yeah, that didn't happen. There's a million ways for it to break.
Well, yeah. So, like, if I was building a plugin, I would start with like what I'm trying to do. So the simplest form of my idea. So, for example, I want a plugin that on the left side of WordPress, when the client logs in, there's a floating button called like log in with crypto. And then when I hit that button, I log in with MetaMask. So that's one thing we have to figure out, but that's easy. It's a plugin. And when logged in, I see a certain page. That could be a plugin custom made. And then it could evolve into like the page role user selector plugin that you use to govern your platform based off tokens. It's like it's and by the way, Kirk, you don't want to use local WordPress. Use real WordPress because then you'll catch real problems like with JavaScript and stuff. And always tell it what you're trying to do, like what's the end goal, and then tell it to use the simplest, least amount of code. That's my new fun thing that I've been doing. But that's what I would do, Title, if I was you and I needed to build something. And then I would test it and put it in WordPress and keep refining it until it's perfect. And then, like Kirk said, you could sell it or use it. It doesn't matter. Or both. But any questions before we continue? Because we're going to be building stuff. But I do want to give you guys a clear understanding of what we're building and why.
Title has one more question. Go ahead, love.
Yeah, this is pressing. Probably other people are facing this. I've got a bunch of stuff to do. I got to do related to work today. I'm I think probably 2 classes behind. So where is all this? I didn't record the last class either. Where is all this stuff located if I need to do catch up work?
We could send you everything. It's all recorded and put on you. We're gonna put on YouTube, and then there's always the Slack if you get sort of stuck somewhere.
You're amazing. Thank you.
I highly recommend you can listen to the Thursday, which is, you know, condensed down those audios. But when you do listen to them, I don't know if anybody else here kind of speeds it up. I do when I'm listening to it the second time.
You all sound like
Yeah, kind of, but not really, not that sped up, but definitely you can speed up the audio even just a little bit, that we even talk faster, which is kind of funny because Ross does speak kind of quickly. But the long and the short of it is that we understand, you know, this is like a nights and weekends here on X, right? And folks, you know, you're in way over your head. You're toggling lots of balls in the air, especially if you're parents or, you know, taking care of somebody, right? And so we get it. We totally understand. And sometimes too, you're just not in the right headspace. I know that there are times where it's much easier for me to be a moderator type person in this scenario and then think about it after the fact, where I can just sit down, listen to Ross's voice and say, okay, now I understand it. Because, you know, if I immerse myself into the flow state where you're, you know, in the zone, then you're ignoring other people and their questions. And that's not what I'm here for necessarily. So I get it, Title, that you are being pulled in many directions, but you know, it's okay that you're behind too. Don't worry about it. Sometimes it takes a couple times, like one of the SAS classes, I can't remember, I think it was the second or third class, where things got really difficult. It took me all week to just do that one lesson and get it to work, right? And it was a trudge. It was an ugly slog because I was missing one little piece, but it became, you know, that muscle memory kind of moment. So sometimes you're just going to breeze right through it, and other times it is not going to come easy. I'll just tell you, it's just not. So, you know, don't beat yourself up about it. You have plenty of time. You just want to make sure that you're familiar with the terms, right? So if by, you know, episode 4 and you're still not logged into your cPanel and you don't know what that is, that's a problem. So just so you know, that's kind of where you're kind of thinking, wow, I haven't put in the work. I'm just sitting here. And at that moment, you have to ask yourself, what have you been doing with your 5 hours on a Wednesday night? Because you want to make sure that you're using the time efficiently, if that makes sense. But at any rate, don't worry about it. We'll see you on Thursday morning if you need to. So go ahead, Ross.
Stupid microphone. Okay, so I hate the microphone. And I'm on the good phone too. That's like loved by X, the iPhone, and it's still just terrifying. So this should work like without a hitch, but you want to install a WordPress by clicking the W. And when you hit install, it's going to ask you to choose a domain. So if you don't have one, that's not good. So you need to either make a domain, or you don't have to. You can do this. So I could say, I want to go to the website and then do /hub. So if I do that, I don't put it there. I just do it here. And then I write hub here. But that's how it will look. It'll be like this /hub. If I do this, to get to the hub, you would have to write /hub. If you don't do that, you will be at the main website. Does everyone understand?
I have a silly question. For the first time, when we were doing our WordPress before, I did not want to reroute the DNS from GoDaddy right away. I just kind of wanted to hold back and use my TSI kind of ecosystem.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
Huh?
You can do that all the way.
Okay. Yeah, because the other thing too is, and I know this sounds silly, but I know that there are other people in the same boat, is that the project that I had in my head when I started changed because I learned more about what it meant to have these ecosystems. Like I have never had a CRM. I've never had to have, you know, those kinds of customer databases before, because you know, my own database of customers, I have 40 people that I work for. That's it. You know, it's a very exclusive club. And if I'm writing for the certain magazines, again, it's a very exclusive club. And I don't have that kind of same ecosystem. But that being said, I really want to create one because I can't teach at Maker Fairs anymore. So being able to teach on classes, you know, online, or being able to help people when they're building their maker spaces or whatever, fill in the blank. But I didn't really realize that. I didn't know what I didn't know until I got through class. And so even sitting here now and listening to, let's say, Kirk, or sometimes Kathleen, or even Sharon, when they're pointing out little pieces, all of a sudden I'm aware of a facet that I haven't been paying attention to. You know, Dave Meir does that to me all the time, where he'll bring up something and I'm like, I didn't even think about that. And so then it adds another nuance to the ecosystem that I'm building. And so I guess that's what my long and short question was too, is that you don't have to set up the rerouting right away. You can just designate, right?
Yeah, it's all changeable. You know, it's very easy to change. If you don't want to change, you can feel free to port it over now, but you can wait. It's
Well,
fine.
because
So then what you would do,
there are other people too that they don't want to make that big announcement yet. Let's say they're already working in one job and they're working this as their side hustle. And the minute they hit click and send, you know, the HR department's going to get, you know, a LinkedIn update, and then you're going to get in trouble, you know, with your day job, right? So that's kind of one of the other questions that was talked about a lot in the DMs. And so I get it. I understand. There are a lot of paranoid people because they don't want to lose their job right now, and I get it. So, go ahead, love.
So for my purpose right now, I'm going to do what you're doing, and I'm going to do /hub. Now, if you don't want to do this, you can go back. I'm doing it on stream. You can add a domain, but this is kind of something you got to remember how to do because you can do it a bunch. But you remember when we did this? It'd be like another one of these. So we would be creating a domain. We would call it hub dot like that. So it'd be like hub.rossman.tsi, you see? And then I would just hit submit, and that would create a new folder that domain goes to.
Can I ask you something, Ross?
And that is it.
Ross, can I ask you something? I
Sure.
don't want to mess up again. Do I have to click this document root file system location or not? So I'm in domains,
So-
create domain, and then there's a checkbox.
So you want to
Oh,
uncheck it.
because I did that wrong last time, remember?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll uncheck it. Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to run the SSL so all your stuff gets secured. Okay, cool. So once you have your domain, or you don't have a domain and you're going to use a /, you can go ahead and install a WordPress. So I'm going to give you guys like 2 minutes to do that. I'm also going to do it on the stream right now.
Ross, I have another question. It tells me I must specify a subdomain.
Yeah.
I do that in the next step, right?
No, so hold on. So if you look at the stream right now, just look at the stream.
looking.
Let me just make sure this worked. Yeah, it did. So I would hit create domain, and I would type whatever, and then dot my domain. Then it's going to say just use, and I'm going to click that, and that's going to be correct. Everything here would be correct.
Just use, okay, I didn't see that. Will I just do the whole, well, do it again?
I mean, if it's done and it works, then no, you're good.
Well, it just says I must specify a subdomain, so
So then,
restart it.
yeah, restart.
Okay. Okay.
Can I just say, I'm so excited. This is the first time I did a step without having any angry red things at all. And I'm so excited about this. So I'm documenting it on the screen and I'm not acknowledging a winning streak. But at the same time, it's 8:07 and I'm writing it on a sticky note. Kirk, your hand is up, love.
Yes, I was just wanting to know, just a quick walkthrough. Where in the cPanel do you find to create the subfolder? Because I'm not that familiar with that process of creating subdomain or subfolder.
Are you looking at the screen right now with the live stream?
Yeah, but it's really I have a hard time seeing it on the screen.
I also do.
How about now?
Yeah, try again. Ross, I love you. Thank you for doing that. Can you see it now, Kirk?
Because right now he's at manage auto SSL is where I see this at, and on the left I see WHM. But
Wait, are you looking at the live
okay,
stream?
yeah, the live stream was frozen. Never mind.
Ah,
All right,
got
now
it.
I see.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay, yeah, that happens as well. All right, so we're in domains, but where is domains at?
So I'm looking at Starboss right now. Hang on 1 second, Kirk.
Sure.
So you put share. You can't put share. See, that's one of those things, right, guys? Like, look at my screen. This is a message from Starboss. Like, I know everything is new. I get that. But when you make a mistake, right? This is a new thing you guys should do. And you know how to fix it. You should write it down, but not in a note. You should call it like something funny so you always remember it, like some fun title. And then you should make a mistake log with how to fix it. You should do this in Notion. You could paint it on a portrait. You can write with a pen, pencil, marker. You can even write it on the back of one of your friends. I don't care. But when you know for sure, like with certainty, that you encountered a problem and fixed it, the human brain, right, does not catalog these kind of things. Do you know why? Fun fact. Because it thinks it's resolved. So it doesn't catalog it for later use. Like for me, when I code, I make dumb mistakes 100 times, the same exact mistake, but with like a different shade of the color. So like same mistake, different variant. And if I don't write it down, like I just keep making it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. So like in Notion, my Notion, there's like 4 things that are starred, right? One of those things is how to bring AI Tutor back to life. Should it like implode? Because like I legit would not remember those steps if you paid me. And so when this happens and like it doesn't go back online in like 5 seconds, it's my fault for making the same mistake again. So it's not the technology, it's nothing, it's me. It's a me problem. And so because I'm a human, I'm going to have these problems over and over again until I change the tides. And so for me, it's Notion and I have like a selection of favorites. That's like 7 things. And they're like if the sky is falling, oh my God, files. And they contain all the steps I need to do anything that could be like something I don't understand. And then there's like a sub list, right? With probably 1,200 lines of fixes. So when I build something like the video platform like yesterday, I couldn't get it to talk to the server for like an hour. And then in an hour, my brain was like, dude, you've done this like 500 times. Like Pixio wouldn't exist if you couldn't make this work right now. So like, not only is it a you problem, but you're like wasting your future time by not writing down how to do this. I literally had to go into Pixio, read the code for like 45, 50 minutes, locate how I previously solved this problem, which was totally a waste of time. It took me about an hour and a half to find the code properly. And then how I achieved it. And then this time I wrote it down. But I literally lost like an hour and a half of my life just because I had to solve a problem I've already solved. Now, the reason why for this little mini TED Talk is because what you're doing, Starboss, right now, if this worked, so if cPanel didn't yell at you, so like where you're like, oh my God, I'm being yelled at, but if you didn't get yelled at, you know what would happen? You would overwrite your main domain with a fresh new WordPress, and in that process, also delete all backups. Which means whatever you worked on would be like gone before you could even blink.
So Ross, I have a question for you. You know, we have a couple people like Starboss that have brain injury type scenarios, right? So remembering things is wicked hard. So what for visual learners that, let's say, they don't want Notion, right? Like what I do, I'll just put it out there. I have the same issue, right? I get yelled at by by this system all the time, and I don't want to say it to anybody because I get mortified by it. But I actually take a screenshot like Starboss is
That's a
doing
good
it.
way too.
And then I actually have a binder because the tabs on my binder are like how we used to do it when you have to have a systems, kind of if then this. And so it makes it easier for tactile learners that sometimes if you are struggling with a screen, right? The screen is killing you and it's making your brain hurt, then sometimes you go to the binder and I can write the notes in the margin saying, hey, don't do this. The reason why this share button. So for those that are listening in on the recording and you're seeing the screen and the timestamp, I would print that out and then highlight that pink. If you're sharing it, you're overwriting it so that I know exactly what that checkbox means and what the cause and effects will
Well,
play out.
here's the greatest thing
Does
that
that
you
make
could do,
sense?
right? 100%. But because we have AI now, you could copy that whole share thing and just give it to AI Tutor and be like, what do I do here? And here's the error.
So the reason why I'm trying to figure this out too, just for my own personal well-being, she gets red carded at that moment. Is that because TSI has the guardrails in it that are basically saying, hey, by the way, you're going to frack this
Yeah.
up?
So we have like a thing in there that won't let you like just do something absolutely insane with no going back. So that's one of those situations that if that were to go through, that's a no going back situation.
Well,
So
I'm
that's
marking
why
that in my book because I don't want to ever do that. And I know for a fact that I've made the same mistake at least once.
So that is not a real error. It's an error because we have something set that won't allow you to override DNS that was already DNS'd, for example.
Okay, so for
like,
some
it
of our
already
students
exists.
that are here that have other, learning kind of barriers, right? And have to do things like 5 or 6, 7, 8 times, sometimes even more, because I'm one of those people. Making sure that if when, let's say, you get this error 4 times in a row, like you did this afternoon, right? You're just looking at it and saying, I don't understand this. I could
Yeah.
not have done this if I hadn't figured it out before. Your steps in terms of how you would solve this are, I'm going to go to my Notions docs, I'm going to go through XYZ, and I'm going to suss it out. That's the kind of thing that you would do. Or just say, I don't understand what this error is. I can put the whole page in my AI tutor and it can tell me.
Here's the thing. Yeah, well, here's the thing. If you look at the error that she got on the screen, it's error XID 5H8RA9. That's like an error code that is, searchable, look upable, and there's probably a document about it on cPanel. So it's like it's not totally cryptic, right? But also, if you were to just give that to AI Tutor, it would just tell you, like, you can't do this because it's already forget that it's red, right? Just like ignore the fact that it's the worst color a message could have, right? Just like forget that and look at it and read it. It's in English what's happening. It tells you that it already exists. The reason is because of share. So you have to unclick share, right? And then you have to hit just use hub.alice. But check this out. Y'all, we're going deeper.
Wait.
Who knows the issue?
2 seconds
Look.
before you continue. Sharon might have the same problem. So I want to ask Sharon, your hands up. Did you have the same issue or did you have something to add before Ross continues?
I just want to ask, I accidentally wrote Sharon twice in the domain.
Of course you did.
Is that okay?
That your domain now says Sharon TSI
It
program?
says hub.sharon.sharon.
You should probably redo that. And Starboss, I don't know if you're a speaker, but you should come up and be speaker and figure out your problem. What's wrong here? We're going to play a game, guys. Who knows what's wrong with the image you see?
I think I know.
Do you?
Possibly.
Go for
I
it.
think it's missing the period after Alice.
Exactly. Hence the other error. So that brings us to the top right. Could not determine name server. Well, yeah, because it doesn't exist. because of that dot. Y'all see the power of the dot?
I
You
hate the
should write
dot.
that down.
I hate the dot.
Power of
I hate
dot.
the
T-shirt.
dot. I have the dot, and I also have the invisible space, and I have the stupid capitals, and it does say stupid capital because I hate them. All three of them, equally offending. Don't like them, but they are on sticky notes because I do it
So
all the time.
that's what's actually happening, y'all. So because of Starboss's lack of the dot and not hitting just use and unchecking share, it will create a wonderful mixture of red error messages. So are we all good?
Well,
Did we
I
make
would also like to
domains?
say two things too. All right, so
Go for
one
it.
of the things is, folks, sometimes when we learn something new, like there are a lot of new people here today. Starboss didn't see this last time, so this is the first time she's seeing it. If you have an issue like that, sometimes saying to someone, hey, this is the first time I'm seeing this, I'm freaking out a little bit, I'm anxious about it. There's no need to be embarrassed. I know for a certain group of folks, I would fit into that category. If my dad came in and said, hey, you should know this, immediately I would cower behind a chair because I thought, I would think to myself, you know what, I should know this. And don't let that stifle your progress, because progress is greater than perfection. And if it doesn't make sense right away, because sometimes your eyes are tired, you don't see the dot. I'm notorious, I can't see the dot, especially after I've been welding all day and you have bright lights and everything else. If something like that happens, you can put the whole thing in your AI cohort, and they can say, hey, by the way, you forgot the dot. Or it can magically show you where the space is that you can't see on your screen because you have it in the wrong mode or whatever. So just to have mercy on yourself and be kind to yourself and have grace. And sometimes the information doesn't come across the way you need it to. It's okay. You're not dumb if it doesn't click right away. I can tell you point blank, the folks that are here in this room, I would vouch for every single one of you. You've shown up to learn something new, right? You're not dumb. You're not, if it doesn't click right away, this is new to everybody almost. There's a handful of folks in here that are wicked smart when it comes to developing and things like that. And they are very fluid in this technology. Give yourself time, give yourself space. And, you can go back and you can listen to the recording, but don't ever think that you're going to be raked across the coals if you have a mistake, right? We're bantering about as friends. And so I want to make sure, because I know that there's somebody, that's listening in. They're not online right now because they're just listening in the car and they're like, I'm so glad I'm not in class tonight. And I'm thinking to myself, no, that's not a slam when we use people as examples. And I hope that you do come into class and you're not driving around, that you're actually going to, go through the motions, because that's how we all learn. You have to kind of do it that way. But I'm just putting that on the recording. So when you're driving, also don't do class while you're trying to drive. You can't do this on a phone. So I love you to the moon and back. I'll see you on Thursday. Just don't do that while you're in the car. Kirk, go ahead. Kirk. There you go.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just I just wanted to walk through it so I don't click on the wrong thing here. I mean, I've created domains and folders before, but I want to make sure I do things in the order that we're trying to get it done here. So
This one's a little bit different, Kirk. You're not
Yeah.
making folders. You're just creating a location, and then folders get created automatically.
yeah, that's why I want to clarify what the next procedure is. So if
So
I'm
your steps
yeah, go ahead.
are: do you want a subdomain? If so, you need to make one. If not, then you're good. You can just take the next step with us. You can do a folder instead. But the folder is less secure. I mean, literally, someone could peer into the setup of your files just
Okay,
by.
so create a subdomain. I will be creating a subdomain.
I mean, you could do it the other way, but just know you'll probably be hacked in probably 3 months. because that's how it works. It's good for something.
I will pass on the hacking. I will be creating a subdomain. So create a new domain, and then when we're in that domain screen, what do we want to do in terms of a naming convention?
It has to be newname.yourname.tsiprogram.org. And then you have to hit just use, and then you have to hit not share. You know, they teach you sharing is caring, but not in this situation.
Okay.
Share nothing. Secret agent.
So do not use the CRM domain that we already
Well, no,
created.
because then you would have Starboss's problem.
Exactly.
Because then it would be like, oh my God, bro, it exists already. Stop.
So, but we're going to use like our primary domain that we already have a WordPress on. Just you copy that domain, go and create it.
No, new WordPress. It would be called like Hub, or Community, or the Peeps, or the 77 Club, like whatever you want it to be called.
Okay.
Like, you can even have fun with it. So like if your domain is your, let's say, example, Snazzy Productions, right? Let's say that's your domain name. So then your subdomain could be like my.snazzy productions, which means it's like a community, you see? So you can honestly have fun with the subdomaining and make it like relevant to whatever you're building.
Okay. So that still remains in the domain screen. I have to enter in, a domain that contains the existing domain that I have, correct? Or some part of it?
No, that's later. Now it's just
Okay.
whatever you want to call it, dot your name for the cPanel and your domain name, and then dot tsiprogram.org. Later, you could
Okay.
map it to whatever you want. But initially, you just want to get it built.
So I could call it like Greninger Productions Hub, or would I have to do Greninger.productions.hub?
Well, okay, all that's wordy. What's your domain right now? What's your domain right now on TSI Program?
KirkGTSIprogram.org. Like
So like
KirkG.TSI.
kirkg.tsiprogram.org. So you have to put something in front of that. So if you put like
So just like Hub would
Greninger
be-
Productions,
okay.
that's huge. It's giant.
Okay.
You want something short. Hub is general. Community is kind of long. VIP, that's a fun one. So yeah,
Is it cap sensitive? Like it's showing me.
it is. Don't do that to yourself.
Okay.
Don't hurt your future self. Don't do Kirk dirty like that. Future Kirk.
Well, it was actually making the suggestion in the autocomplete for caps, and I was like, that isn't it going to break that? So
No, so the caps in the recommendation is okay. That's fine. But with the folder structure, it's not.
okay. So what I did is hub.kirkg.tsi.program.org. Is that going to work?
Say it again.
hub.kirkg.tsi.program.org.
Oh, you're so close. So hub.kirkg.tsiprogram.org.
Yeah, okay, there's a dot doesn't need to be there. Okay.
Yeah, you're going a little dot crazy right now. Too many dots.
Too many dots. And then we do not share at this point, which you stated.
You do not, because then the system will break. Well, it'll attempt to break and it won't let it break.
And at this point I am okay to hit submit.
Yeah. And hopefully you get like a success or you get yelled at. It's only one of those two things that can happen.
Success.
And that's how you don't get yelled at, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Now that no one's getting yelled at anymore, we need to build the second WordPress. So guys, this should be like, you have to remember this. Everything we just did, we're not going to go this slow, or we're going to have to like not get to everything I want to get to, because our time together is just limited. So if we spend time doing the same things over and over again, it's just not ideal. Not saying like whoever we help today, it's like you guys are bad. I'm just saying in general, try to master this part, because it's really important that you're able to manage your own infrastructure. So if you guys look at my screen, Hub is full speed ahead.
Wait, I have a question.
You see it?
It has to be a HTTPS. There it is. Okay. I was like, wait a second.
And if there's no HTTPS, the world is upside down, the sky is falling, and chickens are presidents. So
Ross,
be careful.
Ross, Dan has his hand up. I don't know if you can see it, Sarah. I just wanted to say that.
Nope,
And I also,
I do not see him. I don't even see him as a speaker. Sorry, Dan.
No, it's okay. I had similar questions. I was actually just asking a question that is probably being handled right now, which is like the grand scheme of things. We wanted to be creating 2 domains for the, the 2 different sides of it. So I think that's where we're headed.
Yeah, pretty much. And like, you're gonna have to do this every time you build something. It's kind of a thing you have to know.
Ross, can I ask you something? How do you get to the page you were, I'm so sorry, my dog.
Tell Pablo to shut up.
Yeah, in the search field, installations, or where are you? You're just, again, somewhere, you're so,
I am in the ether right now.
I know.
But I'm not like you. I'm not stuck in the latent
Okay, I'm
space.
sorry. How do I get there where you are now?
So you go to applications on the left.
Oh, okay. And then?
And then W.
What do you mean W? You mean WordPress or what?
Yeah, it's a W icon.
Oh. You were typing so much things. I hope I don't miss it again. You were doing stuff. I didn't do that, what you just did.
Do what? I just went to W.
Yeah, but you did something before that.
I went to all applications.
Yeah, what did you type before that?
I just hit applications.
Yeah, you were doing something. Okay, I'm watching the stream very closely. Okay, I hope I didn't miss anything. Well, you'll hear me then frack things up again, okay?
That's fine. Oh, I hit install. That's what I didn't do yet. Right here. So when you hit install, it's like you're filling stuff out.
Okay, you
So
want
if
us
you're
to
where
do
I
that
am, you're
too?
good.
Do you want us to do that too? Hit
Yeah.
Install. Well, what do you want? Okay, install application or what, and then?
Well, you got to fill all the stuff in. We're getting to that now.
Oh, okay. You see, I'm paying attention. I just want to know. I just want you to know I'm paying attention. I'm a good student.
Yeah. Like, okay. You're good. Don't worry, Sharon. Okay. So who sees what I see? And if you don't,
see.
open your eyes. No, I'm kidding. Just like, let me know if you don't.
And what he means is, do you see on your own screen, not what's in the live stream? Because you know what? We have to preface this because there are some tired folks, including me, in the room. So yes, you're looking at your cPanel, not the live stream panel. So hopefully it looks similar to what Ross's looks like. It'll have a different name instead of Ross Man. So
Yeah,
just to
I
make
just-
sure that's, go ahead, Dan.
Sorry, I just realized, I was kind of in the same boat, Sharon. It's just like, why did you click? I realized I had to go to applications browser instead of my applications because I'm like, I only see my 2 things. But I'm there.
Nice. That is true. You do have to do that. Okay, so this is what it would look like. Now, if you don't do this and you're ultra, well, you're gonna have to deal with that later.
I'm HTTP and not HTTPS. What did I do wrong? I did the same mistake again. What did I do wrong? Because I don't
You
realize
just
what I
like
did
look.
wrong.
Can you just like look and scroll though, like
Oh, okay, there's another one?
through any,
Okay, sorry.
like take your hand and hold your eyeballs open and scroll.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
We good? Now, if you don't do the HTTPS, you totally fracked it up, in the words of Sarah. And there's no fracking coming back. So make sure the S is there.
Hypothetically, I didn't do this because I do have the S, but what would happen if you didn't have the S?
Not secure, is that correct? I just wanted to blur that
Yeah,
out.
that's what I would think is not secure, but
Well, it's even worse than what you're blurting out. Not only is it not secure, but when your users get there, they get two fun messages. The first fun message is your data could be in breach, and Google does not trust this website with a bunch of red. That's the lesser of the evils. Then the next one is, oh, well, your payments start to fail. Again, anymore, that sort of stuff. So
okay, so
not
the
good.
S is definitely has to be there.
It's true.
Very interesting because I will give you a for instance, and the reason why I am putting it on the recording is I have used my own website as an example of do as I say, not as I did. It is with Squarespace, but it's so old that it's grandfathered out, and there's no way to change it because when it was created, there was no S, there was no secure, right? And so it's forever stuck into the ecosystem as an HTTP, and it does come up as insecure, red flag, not secure. I don't have any, things to buy. I don't have any checkout or anything like that. But it is really important because you want people to feel safe when they come to your site. And so one of our students, as they actually pointed it out and said, I can't believe you're teaching this class. And then you have this site without an S, it's not secure. I was like, if I could change it, I would, but there is no possible way to change it. This is why we laugh at it all the time. But it is definitely something that we all have to pay attention to. So when you're looking at that drop down menu, make sure that you're taking the time. Don't just feel like you have to click to keep up with class, because sometimes you will make a mistake. And like what Rosh just said, it's an irreversible frack. So, if you need to remind yourself every time you're setting up another page to make sure that that S is there, have a pink sticky note or whatever it is that's going to make you slow down for a second and verify, because it just takes one little piece of the puzzle. So, Dan, I did see your hand fly, even though you're not a speaker. So I don't know if that's for real or not, but go ahead.
It is. So it's sort of where we are, but also, just in this, I don't want to frack things up. Down a little bit under administrator username, I have a random username. Is that something I can change, or is that something I'm stuck with and should put another sticky?
So there's two types of lazy developers. There's lazy bad developers and lazy good developers. Don't fall into the wrong bucket. A lazy good developer keeps their code and reuses it. A lazy good developer takes really good notes and comments as their code so they don't have to rewrite that code again. A lazy good developer will go on GitHub and find safe sus code that they could use. A lazy bad developer will forget to do things like security, change passwords, make sure you have access. Don't fall into the wrong bucket. So if you don't change this, you're in a bad position until you have a username and password, because you cannot rely on the ability of a cookie to log you in. That's just crazy town. Create a username and password. Save yourself the anxiety and the anguish.
But also, guys, when you're just creating the WordPress, when you click install, just pay attention to the fields. One of those fields is username and the other one is password. And of course, the domain field with HTTPS. There's a few other fields in there, but those are the three important ones.
And if you do things that are just absolutely out of bounds and not talked about, bad things will probably happen. So I'm going to give you an example. Oh my God, two-factor authentication? I want to be secure. Yes. Okay, well, too bad that's not going to work because we didn't set that up. So then when you try to log in, you can't ever. Because now it two-factor authenticates and there's no two-factor and there's no SMTP and there's no nothing. So you actually can't communicate with the cell phone or the email, so you can't two-factor in, and it will let you check that. So be careful. Only change what we tell you to change. Because then things that we are not considering to happen are going to happen. So this is not the time to click buttons that you don't know. 3 things are meant to change. Password. Email, honestly, it doesn't even matter because your website can't send emails, guys, you know? But it's just the email associated. Don't change title yet. Change password and username. It's really important. If you want to be really secure, right? My recommendation is to hit generate and get a crazy password and save it. Even though nobody wants to do that, I know, but like, get over it. It's supposed to be secure. Don't make it Dan123, you know?
Excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4. But thanks.
You just exposed my password. Okay, thank you, Ross.
Yeah, there's no like Sherry954. It should be a good password.
Well, actually, Ross, that she does bring up a good point. You are displaying your password on a live stream.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's not even real.
Ah, that makes sense.
I can just like hit hide and then just keep generating new ones, and you'll never see it. Also, we're going to learn about another plugin once we're done, which is also really important. It's called, it's meant to hide parts of, like to sanitize WordPress. Because your community page is going to hold data, and that's like the most susceptible part of WordPress. So we're going to create something, and it has the best name ever, by the way. It's called Hide My Ass. And it hides certain URLs
Right.
and changes the names of
Right.
them and sanitizes
Can
them.
I ask you something? We're just changing the password now to the hub thing, right?
Yeah, we haven't even hit install. We
Yeah,
are
okay.
putting a username and we are putting a password.
Okay.
Once you're done and you know the password, right? So
Make sure
I'm going to
you
make
write down the ever-loving password. If you do not, you will regret it. You will have infinite regret. I will tell you this, do as I say, not as I did, because you cannot go back, or you can go back, but you're going to have to erase everything and do over if you forget your freaking password. So don't do it.
It's true.
And don't do it. I'm just telling you with every ounce of my being, write it down. I love you.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy, guys? A little fun story time for 2 minutes so you guys know how important this is. Let's say you do forget, right? Do you know how ridiculous it is for us to fix it? Even when we mess up or a student messes up, it's like we have to go make a whole new WordPress, right? Go make a user account that we know the admin password to, right? After that's done, we go to the other WordPress that we don't know it's the real WordPress. We don't know how to get in, no idea. We would go into the database of both of those WordPresses. We would export the users from one WordPress, which we know the password to, and import the user database to the other WordPress, which we don't know the password to. And then, like magic, we log in with the old new credentials on the first website we created. But that in itself is just so hacky and crazy.
And guess how many times they
So,
had to do that just for me? No, for real.
but keep in mind, this is not a good thing to rely on because let's say you use something like Vercel or Railway to do WordPress, right? Totally possible. You don't actually have access to do these things. You can't manipulate the database in that way. And for certain plans on GoDaddy, you have to pay more to get that access. So it just makes way more sense to do it this way and not have to like do something crazy that could potentially break the integrity of WordPress, which I've done multiple times. My success rate is not the highest, but Alisher's success rate is nearly 100%. So he's really good at WordPress brain surgery. That's what we call it. Because that's really what it is. It's like literal brain surgery. Like you have to remove things and place things and things have to match. It's crazy. You have a question?
Yeah, just real quick. So I did this before. You said don't change the website title. I changed the.
No, that's okay.
So it is okay. Okay. All right.
It's an
All
optional
right.
change.
Good. Then I'm good.
As I'm saying it, he's like hitting the button. But
Ross, real quick. So on your list, the one that you had before, where it had, your CMR dot, pocket folks dot TSI, blah blah blah. On that site or on that one, what's the difference between the HTTPS that's off to the right versus the one that's up top when we have it in the drop down menu? So if you could go back to the screen that Starboss had before, where you're adding a new folder, for lack of a better term, what is that off to the right? Because I'm looking at it on my screen and I see that it has the same kind of thing. It says very specifically, it has like a little click on and off, force HTTPS redirect. What does that mean? It says you cannot activate like an HTTPS from that screen. I was curious what that means because is that something that we have to worry about, or is
in the future, yes. And what that means is like if somebody tries, like if I want
but
to
we
try
don't
to
want to
get
play with
to
that right now. We want to be on the
no,
drop
but
down.
like what it means is if I want to go to your website and I want to get into your website, I can start by going to your folder structure and start hitting files until one of them opens up, right? And then I'll see the entire file folder structure. And so when you're on HTTPS, that cannot happen. So whenever they do this, they have to do it from HTTP. Now, there's a very, very sneaky trick that we use on cPanel, which would automatically redirect all traffic to the secure version, which means any attempt at the insecure version will be rerouted to the secure version where they just hit a nice stone wall. So that's the purpose of that.
All right. So when you went back up here, where the page that you are now in the settings, when you're going up at the very top, can you scroll up to the top where it had the drop down menu? When you're looking at the HTTP or HTTPS up there, so you're identifying. Let me see. Yes, where your domain is. So you're looking at that, and it has. Where does the HTTPS come from? That's my question, because I named it, just hub.sarah what dot blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Why is it
So-
there? How does it automatically populate that?
Well, it's definitely not magic.
Well,
It may
make
seem
it
like it.
pretend. Just throw some glitter on it. Okay.
But what's actually going on is it is basically our server is acknowledging, right, that you just created a domain. So our server just went ahead on your behalf and issued an SSL, which normally costs around $100 per year.
That's what I was
And so we
questioning.
went ahead
Okay.
and just did that automatically for you.
All right. So that makes more sense to me because I couldn't figure it out. I was like, how did we get that certification if we didn't on the
Yeah,
other
so
page?
what's cool is like as if like the value couldn't increase even more. Is you're creating new websites and each one of them get their own SSL, each holding their own value.
So the CRM that we created last week also has its own certification. And then that's
Correct.
attached to this in this ecosystem. So when we, let's say,
I'm going to get to that right now. So like, let's say you bring in your domain, right? Your domain automatically gets attached to the SSL on my server. It's only when you take it out of our ecosystem that you would have to go and buy a SSL for each one of your domains, actually.
So now that makes more sense because I was hitting a snag with GoDaddy because my domains automatically had the option to have that certification.
Yes.
So what it's
it would
saying
say,
is
like,
we want
no.
you to pay for this as
Yeah.
opposed to accepting
yeah.
the one that was already attached. I get it now. Okay, that makes sense.
And so they want to charge you every year for this service, actually, which is like crazy highway robbery.
All right, so you're in the applications right now. Is that
Yeah, so now we're at the point of hitting the button that everyone gets anxiety about, as if you guys haven't been through enough with this button, the install button. And that would create a password and a username that I set, which for me was very easy. It was admin username, basic, and Rustman password. And it was weak, and that's okay. Don't be like me. If it's weak, that's your problem. You're in control. Make it not weak. Take it to the gym. And without telling me your passwords, because I have to preface this before I ask you about your passwords, because I'm going to get hands and be like, it's X4332772022.
hike?
Don't tell me it. But like, did you make an effort, like even a little eensy weensy effort to make it like actually hard to guess?
And by that he means don't add just like an explanation point or a 1 or a 4 or whatever at the end of the other password you used for the last time.
And like even for Sarah, like you can't even do like Sarah Pocket Family. Also stupid, because then I can go to your profile and like start combining words and get in.
Especially when you have an AI tutor that can strong arm you into, Captain Obvious type passwords. The thing is that we're trying to emphasize the fact that this is real, folks. We are going through kind of a sim, air quote, but it's real. So, don't skimp on, the little details. Take it seriously and treat it seriously because you don't want to put your Stripe account in jeopardy, because the end game is that let's say this is insecure or you have fracked it up in one way, shape, or form. You lose those tokens, the certifications, the various, keys, I guess you could call it too. You can't get those back. So, take it seriously, make it a hard password, but just be cognizant of that and write it down. This is your homework. That's why I have a binder.
Like for example,
because
Sarah,
I need to do it.
if you forget your GitHub password, let's say, which is absolutely insanity mode crazy, but let's say me, Alistair, and Nick, we woke up and we have no idea how to log into GitHub and none of the emails work. Like y'all, it's like a whole a passport situation sending to GitHub headquarters. Like there's no reset. And it's like there's no going back because it's source code. And like no one's gonna let you in unless you can verify your identity and take time. So like internet stuff is not a joke. And just because there's a lot of passwords doesn't mean the like weight of all those passwords don't weigh the same, right? They're all portals, keys, combinations into your like digital palace. You lose your combinations, you're locked out of your palace. And then the palace just gets destroyed over time. Because no one's there taking care of it.
And the same thing happens with anything. This is physics. Stagnant water putrefies. Leonardo da Vinci noticed that way back when. It's the same thing. If you can't log into a site, or if something happens that you're grandfathered out, you're just watching the decay. That's it from the outside, looking through the window, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? And that's what we want to avoid. So, when you're doing these passwords, really kind of think about it. And, sometimes they can generate a password or a username or things for you. And I know that there's also this strong pull to change everything all the time. Sometimes you have to sit on your hands and just say, okay, I'm going to write this nonsense down. And, because it's better than what you would have come up with. And I know that sounds silly, but you know
By
what?
the way,
We're lazy by
Sarah,
nature.
feel free to like tell me to like put fire under my ass. Like I'll move faster, but I'm purposefully fighting myself to move slower. So hopefully it's good.
You're doing great.
If you want to go ultra super speed, you let me know. We will move faster than the Mach 5
We
right
want to
now.
make sure we're doing it right. And Dan is giving you a thumbs down. He's not a speaker on my phone, but that's good because he's probably, no, I'm just kidding. Title has his hand up, honey.
Oh, sure. I don't see it. I'm like emoji.
I thought
bombs
Dan
right
had
now.
his hand up first. I don't know if that's a ghost hand
Oh,
though.
does Dan have his hand up?
Oh no,
my
that
gosh.
that is a ghost hand. It's kind of funny. I'm on my phone and my computer, and I can see like all the ghost hands. It's interesting.
Okay. So, sorry. All right. So my question is that, well, so we have like passport management software, and the way I understand it is that it's not necessarily on the internet. What it is that you download it on your main device. Usually it's going to be a PC. And then from your PC, it integrates into browsers or other things in order to like kind of automatically memorize your passwords. Do you guys have any recommendations for software related to this, or is it just write everything down? Because I have like 100 of these things already.
So two things. There's two ways to go about this problem. And I think maybe next season we might do something with like building your own tooling, right? Because one, you can pay LastPass. It's not bad, right? But at the end of the day, right? And this is the real reason why like AI Tutor is the best in the whole world right now, because it's private. Completely anonymous when you chat. All we see are like job IDs and credits go down. That's it. So you have to think about it like this. So LastPass would have all of your data too, including your banking passwords and everything, right? And so if they get hacked, then what? But they're a great service. But like they've been hacked 7 times since I've been a customer. And it said I wasn't part of it, but like at the end of the day, you know where our really secret passwords are? We built our own password platform that lives on our server where we own all of the data end to end and know where it goes and who sees it. So think of it like a private password team sharing platform. So that's what we did, because my thought process behind all this is if it's somewhere else, it's literally somewhere else. And that's the end of it. Like when you're on Pixio and you're making cool videos and images, you refresh, they're gone. They get deleted immediately from the ether. So if you don't download them, guess what? You don't have them and I don't have them. So you gotta do it again. So it's like really important for privacy that you have your own password platform and you build it yourself. And there's a lot that is on GitHub that you don't gotta build. And so maybe if you guys are interested, maybe we can do like personal tooling that's like free.
Hey Ross, I know there's so many ghost hands, but just a real quick thing. I was just thinking about this. One of those other really secure, well, I guess physical places like Sarah was talking about is a binder, and it would be super interesting.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Right, but I mean, like, just thinking forward, and this is where my teaching brain comes on. I've actually talked to Kathleen about this too, and it would be so cool to have like a little overview curriculum that has the spots in it for you to write down your password, like, and then like the little like remember this is urgent, don't forget to write down this password, do not pass go unless you have this password written down. And then it becomes not just pedagogical but also just like kind of that totally offline. So that would be something, and I can talk to you like in the back channels and stuff too, but I would love to help put together a curriculum like after the fact, and just kind of help you guys scale it.
Yeah, we're of course always open to feedback and ideas, but at the end of the day, I'm really not gonna treat you like the middle school and high schoolers. Like, there's no point in this. I do agree. We're like creating, like we have some stuff coming that will help with this problem, but treating you like spoon feeding you is not useful, because you're gonna hit a point where like it's like 1 a.m. I mean, who am I kidding? I'm not gonna be asleep. But let's say it's like 10 a.m., right? And you have a problem. I'm probably like asleep because my meetings start at 11. So in that case, it's like if all your stuff is down, you have to know how to fix everything. So it's really important that like you have this information outside of like a Notion curriculum. Like what if Notion is down? You can't do anything? And this is the one time I'm going to endorse this because Notion is better in every single way. But Sharon uses Obsidian. That's an option, local and private.
I second
And
that. I love Obsidian.
So
And
do I. Yeah.
I love Obsidian so
but wait,
much.
Sarah, do you understand that the second you become like Sharon and you pay Obsidian for the cloud function, now it's part of the problem? Do you understand that?
Shh, I don't care. I love Obsidian. I loved Obsidian.
No, you can love it. You can love it, but just don't
Well,
do the cloud
I
version.
also use the anti-net version of it, which is the Zettelkasten, which is basically note cards, which is my binder. So I am a total Luddite and I get it and I understand it and I like Notion. I think Notion is very, very useful for lots of folks, but ultimately it doesn't matter what you have at your fingertips. It's the stuff that you use and you know. If you know it and you use it, that's what you're going to use. And sometimes the learning curve to use a new ecosystem is so damn frustrating that you just say, frack it, I'm not going to do it. You know, you use what you have on hand and then use it to the best of ability. And then if you outgrow it, I fell in love with Notion when Dave Meir, shared one of his screens with me. And I was like, oh, this is very useful. And I love it. For my own personal stuff, though, Obsidian speaks to me as a visual learner. So it just kind of sits there easier and it speaks to me in a better way because sometimes I don't know if I'm just the only person, but I get screen fatigue. There are certain different kinds of unconventional learners that I have to log off. I can't stand it. Like it's called Code and Quill. It's an actual notebook that's created for coders that are just like me, where you have one half of the page is an open piece of paper and the other has like little marks so that you can actually write in the code as opposed to type it. And that's where you get all of the stupid dots and spaces and stupid, capital letters. I mean, you can transpose it totally wrong, but it's a way that, whatever way works for you, each and every one of you, lean heavily into that, but don't be adverse to learning new stuff because Ross is showing you new things that are going to help streamline your flow and your process. Don't just say, okay, I'm not used to this. I don't want to use it. What you do is you put it in like a little folder and say, look, if other people are using this, people that I value, Ross is a really smart guy. I value what he brings to the table. When he suggests something to me, I think, it has merit because I respect him as a human. I love him and I trust him. So, it comes in a double-edged sword, but then there's some things when I need it to get done. And if I need it to get done, I always revert back to the thing that I know I can do super fast and efficient, right? But it's this constant fighting against learning new stuff and, falling back on the things that are easy. And I hope that all of us have that, pushing ourselves outside of our comfort zones because we're learning a lot of interesting things. A lot of people never heard of Slack, and Slack is by far superior when it comes to
Well, you know what's
certain
funny?
things.
I've heard of Slack. I just refuse to pay them.
Well, yeah, I
I'm
don't
with
like
them
paying
paying.
people, but
It was $7.99 per person per month. So imagine like all of us right now in Slack. There's like 50 people in there. Can you even imagine 50 times 7?
if I had to
That's
pay
like
for
crazy.
Obsidian, I wouldn't probably use it. But I get it for my ecosystem.
I love Slack. Like, as a user, I love it. But if they were like, oh, by the way, we hate y'all now. Starting today, we hate you. And like, we're not going to sponsor Idea to Impact. We actually we don't care about it. Like, we'd probably not use it.
Yeah. I mean,
But I do like it. I really
I
do.
totally get it. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about the ecosystem is that you're looking for alternatives. I mean, look at VTiger, right? Half of the tools that we use would price all of us out of the system. So you have to pick and choose your poison, right? And if I can get it for free, then of course I'm going to use that. But yeah, I thought there was
So-
another hand. Did you have your hand up?
Is there a hand?
I don't know. It was either Sharon or Dan.
Well, if your hand's up, Sharon, put your hand down because we got things to do.
Ross, I love you.
So there's two parts of our puzzle yet to be discovered before we can like really start connecting everything together. So I don't care about your thumbs down, Sharon.
She just put Pablo poop on your doorstep right there and lit a fire.
Lit it up.
No, I'm just kidding.
So the only piece we're missing is having a way to deliver like courses. And so the best way to do this is with Moodle, and it's a quick, easy installation. And we're not going to do much into it today. We just want to have it installed. But guess what? You got to do the same thing again. So you need to make a new domain and connect it. This would be called courses, school, class, dot, whatever. Doesn't matter what you call it, really. Just has to exist. Same idea with the password and the username. Yeah. So let's do that. It should be an easy thing. I'm going to be lazy because I can be, but you don't do that. We're going to call it class/class. Don't do what I do. Be better than me. Rename it Rossman, horrible password. Week. To make sure your passwords go to the gym so they're not weak. And then you hit install and wait 2 minutes. And the magic happens. So now we're setting up the infrastructure. So we're not going to be using Moodle this week at all. We're going to actually go talk about setting up in vTiger and making custom modules. Because that's really important. Because you need to capture data the way you want to capture it.
For giggles, when you're saying custom modules, what kinds of subheadings would you consider? Like, I'm trying to imagine what this means. Like when you're saying we're going to create some modules, what little buckets are we putting our people in? Does that make sense? And Sharon also.
It depends what your business is.
Got it.
So like if it was like Sharon, right, in her CRM, maybe she'll have different roles like magazine editor. And we have an error. Let me see what it is. Oh, all right. Who has an error while I finish my spiel? If you have an error, let me know. We'll fix that. Everyone actually probably has this error. But if it was Sharon, her roles would be like magazine editor, social media influencer, finance manager, lawyer, or whatever. And then these are roles. So she can have someone in her CRM that's helping her write articles, drafts for the magazine, but can't see other parts of the data. So then for Sharon, the custom module, right, would be article drafts. So that module can be viewed by these people so they can provide yes, no, or feedback. Then Sharon logs in and sees everything and can then review the feedback. But that module wouldn't exist because articles do not come as a module in vTiger. She would be creating something called draft articles as a module. And that would contain the articles to be published in the magazine, like the next iteration.
Okay, this makes sense. This makes perfect sense. So what
She could even have a directory of LLMs called the LLM directory. And in there, each LLM, when you hit create LLM, it's going to say name, context window, tags that what makes it special, brief description. Then she can start cataloging this and then invite people, like users, to see this information that's dynamically pumped into WordPress from vTiger.
So let's say I could have a cadre of specialized makers, right? And these are folks that, have a very specialized role. And then I could also have my students, which are kind of in a different
Right.
bucket. And then you would have manufacturers that make certain tools or whatever. So you're
Right.
thinking about the different pieces of your business, the different kinds of people that you would
Like for
interact
me,
with.
I would create one called like donors and sponsors. And then I would catalog all the donations and sponsors. And then sponsor services would be another module. And what services tied to what vendor and like where is it being used in the infrastructure. That could all be data that we create.
So back in the day, we would color code these folks. So you would have your vendors one color, your customers another color, and then, Excel would suss it all out for you way back in the day. But it's really important. The reason why I'm asking this question is because each one of us has a different business, right? And what you're thinking about are the people that you want in your community. You have to kind of really be mindful, right? You don't want to do things haphazardly, but you definitely want to sit there for a second and say, I need these kinds of little boxes with these labels so that I have a place to put these folks. Because there's sometimes, like you wear many hats in your business, right? I'm a consultant, but I'm also an inventor. I'm also a teacher. I'm also, an article writer. So you wear all of those different hats, and in those hats, you are dealing with different folks, and those people need to be somewhere that live in your ecosystem. They live in your tribe, in your community. Sharon has her hand up.
Like, just to give you like an idea, and Sharon will keep her hand up for a quick second. So imagine you have a course, right, in the courses section, and someone purchases the course from WordPress. There could be an automation called Courses in vTiger that communicates with WordPress to identify who paid for a course, then gives them access to the course in the courses platform. And vTiger can be the middleman. So you would need a custom module to create something called like courses. So you can essentially create courses and admit people into courses and manage all the payment in vTiger, because vTiger takes payment. So that's an example of how a custom module can work with all the things that we're building. And now, Sharon, what's your question? And it better be good.
I hope so. What was that app? So I created my domain. I called it Courses. And what do I connect it to?
Okay.
What is the app?
Go to application and make an app called Moodle. It's like Noodle,
Okay.
but with an M.
Okay, gotcha.
So use your Noodle and install Moodle.
Our version is not compatible. What version do we need to use?
What do you mean your version is not compatible? What does that mean?
4.441 is not compatible with this install location.
Okay, but did you continue reading? Kirk, take your hand, open your eyeballs. Continue reading. What's it say? Anything? Anything? Or just no?
PHP requirement.
See? There. That's what we needed the eyeballs to see. What else does it say?
We need to go into PHP and change the variables.
Do you know how to do that?
Well, kinda. From last time.
Kinda. Well, what do you search for? What option? How are you gonna get there?
PHP in the search tools.
Okay, but which one?
INI editor, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, that's it.
Ross, I can't find Moodle. What is the picture? What's the image?
I told you to use your Noodle.
Yeah,
to
but I
install
can't
Moodle.
use
Are
my
you using
Noodle. I
Noodle?
can't find it. What's the picture? What's the
There's also the
thumbnail?
search. There's also the
It's
search
a M.
as well.
M.
And it's an M with the graduation cap.
Oh, I found it. See, that helps. I am an image. On application. You didn't call it that. That's why I couldn't find it. I was looking for a unicorn or what was it? A dog, a glass
Sharon,
dog.
you, my friend, are a unicorn. You are a unicorn.
Thank you.
So in the settings, there's a number. Do you know what number to change, Kirk, or did you just blindly leave?
No, I just did what we did. You showed us last time in doing configuration for the CRM. So I am at the any page. As
What number are you going to put
I'll
down?
wait. Well,
What
it said
number?
5,000
Where?
in the max input line.
Nice. So I'm going to follow your directions.
Don't follow my directions. Is that correct or
I'm
incorrect?
following you.
You guys are too
blindly, like I have a
fast.
blindfold on.
Yeah.
Do I have to do
wait
this
for
128,
us.
512 or what? Do I have to do that? one.
So it hasn't yelled at us about anything except the input vars.
Change memory to 512,
So-
right?
You could do that. That's a precautionary thing that you could do.
But what are you guys changing
didn't tell you to
then?
do
What are
that.
you guys changing? You're not doing the same?
We changed only one
Which
thing.
one?
I'm not on the screen right now. What's it called? Is it as a input vars?
Yeah, max input vars.
And that's it?
That's it.
Change it to 5K.
5K?
5000.
It's fine. Because I'm somewhere else now. I got to finish the other thing and then I'll do that. So input vars, that's the only thing we change. Okay.
But wait,
Oh my
wait.
gosh.
Did you change it on the right domain? Bum, bum, bum.
You're not
So
asking
it
me.
must be on
Kirk.
the same domain that you plan to install Moogle. So if you're going to use whatever domain that is, got to use that. Got to be that PHP.
See, that's where I am right now. I'm not seeing any of your 512 or 269ers. I just got like the domain that I can change to the HTTPS. It hasn't yelled at me yet. Is that bad?
No, I mean, if you're not being yelled at, like I would say that's good. You are just like back in time one step. So I'm not going to tell you. This is going to be a fun game. Somebody get Dan to where we are. Let's see if y'all are paying attention.
Okay, Dan, you gotten your domain, correct? You finished that step. So you created
Yeah.
one for courses.
Yep, I got my class
Okay.
got danr.blah blah blah, and it's installing right now on that domain. Oh, now I got yelled at. Okay, now I feel better. Yay.
Okay. Now all you need to do is go to the search tools, type in ini, and that will take you to the tool for the multi-PHP ini editor. From the ini editor, you need to use the drop-down menu and select the domain that you just created for courses or for whatever you named that for your Moogle install. Tell me when you're in that screen.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm in the
Okay,
I'm still in
under
the screen.
under configure. So are you in the multi-ini PHP ini
No,
editor?
that's where I'm lost. What's your multi ini? How do you
So
think?
just go to the search tools at the top of the screen
Uh-huh.
where it says cPanel. It says search tools at the top.
Yeah.
A little box and type in ini.
Oh, I thought you were saying like ANY. Okay.
No, ini.
Oh, the PHP and the okay.
Right. And you have now you're at multi PHP ini editor, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And then you'll see configure PHP ini basic settings. And a drop down,
Mm-hmm.
a little caret there. And you're going to drop that down to the domain that you just created for the purpose of Moogle.
Pretty okay. Yeah.
All right.
And then
Is that open yet?
that's
it?
all good. And then
All right. So you're going to go down to the line that says max input vars.
okay.
That is where you want to enter in 5000. 5,000.
Right.
And what was the memory? Somebody made a suggestion.
512,
maybe
right?
Increase the memory there.
Yeah, so the suggestion was increasing the memory, which is a precautionary measure, not mandatory because we haven't got yelled at yet. But in the future, it could yell at you and be like, you ran out of memory, bro. Increase.
So should that be what? Like 512?
Yeah, and they all
512
have to
memory
match.
limit.
So all
And-
the memories have to like match.
Can I
Oh,
ask you
okay.
guys something? So I got yelled at too. So I just go out and do what you guys are doing and then do the process again? Or no?
That is correct.
Basically, yeah.
So that's what I do. Okay, I just go out.
We
So
have to
right
hit
now,
apply.
just to confirm, right? I'm gonna confirm. I'm gonna hit go, and so if I hit go, it should work because we've addressed the issue. Let's see. It looks like it's working.
Okay, it's working for you, but it's not working for me.
Now that's a t-shirt. I need that on the t-shirt right now.
That is so cool. That's funny. So I just stop the process and do the what you guys just did. 5,000 input vars and then the memory 512 or what?
So now your screen should look like mine, and maybe you have a vTiger. Maybe you don't. It depends how you installed it. But this is all good.
Dan, do you have a hand up? Or is it fake?
I just can't shake it. Yeah, it's a
I think
fake one.
you can probably take it down. Kirk, you also still have a hand up. Or maybe it's just
Literally
me.
can't.
Maybe
I
I'm
can't
somewhere
take it
else.
down.
It's just me then. It's a me problem then. So guys, I stop the process and then I do what you guys just did, right? And then I have to do the process again. Is that correct? Okay.
Yep.
Then I'll try to do that.
Back to using your noodle to look for Moodle.
Yep. You must. I'm surprised they haven't said that like on Twitter. Like, use your noodle, join Moodle. What a great slogan. What are they doing?
That's it. Craft a jingle in Pixio.
Speaking of Pixio, Dan, you have to like get your butt and try the new model. It's crazy. And you're going to do such cool stuff.
Dude, we have a meeting tomorrow. Yes. There. Got it.
Oh, nice.
Can I ask? Oh, Jeff.
So I'm
oh,
going to give
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry.
You better be sorry. No, I'm kidding. What did
You
want,
guys, there are
Sharon?
3 things that are 128M. Which one do I change? The first 2?
All of them. They have
Okay.
to match. They have to be like
Okay,
sisters,
okay.
not
Oh,
cousins.
okay.
Another point that I ran across was once I did that edit in the settings and went back to that page, it changed the password and username. So y'all want to track that.
You should always check that for sure. And if you didn't check that, you just got to delete it. So you get to learn it one more time. And Dan, I'm going to show you the new keyframe thing tomorrow at the end of our meeting. And you'll be able to do some really cool
That is
stuff.
so awesome.
Like,
That tool is crazy.
so
That tool is
cool.
awesome.
I'm already obsessed with
It's crazy.
keyframes, so I'm excited.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the new model can do a lot of cool stuff. And I think when you're building like your websites and stuff, use it to create openers with your brand and your logo. It's so cool. And use Flux. Flux is awesome. So now, if it's all done, right, you can just let it go. Let it go, like in Frozen, like the song, let it go. Just know the password. Because if you let it go with the password and you let the password go, then you got to redo everything. So just remember, you can go there and try logging in real quick. If it works, great. If not, redo. Now, in vTiger, has anyone got to change logos or anything? Do we know how to do that? Did we explore at all? Raise your hand, do something if you've explored at all. And put a thumbs down if you just totally did nothing. And
I
you
did
waited
a
till
lot,
we met
but
to
I
do
did not
anything.
explore the way I was supposed to. So I'm putting a thumbs down. Yeah. I needed to explore more, but the thing is that I really actually, and I know this sounds horrible, but I had to sit down and actually think about what I was going to do and what I was going to add, because that is the one thing that I don't want to put too much into the system where it's obsolete or, you know what I mean, that's not efficient. And so I have to kind of think through things. So what I do is like, I sit there and I actually watch the video from tip to toe all over again. After Thursday, I sit back and say, do I actually understand this? And sometimes I don't. But then I think to myself, okay, and it's not that, you all learn and kind of, internalize the information differently. But I didn't play with vTiger too much because I had to uninstall, install, uninstall, uninstall so many times because I kept missing, one thing or the other. And I thought, well, eventually, I figured it out and I understood why I had that piece because, like I said, I'm a little bit different, I think, than most of the people in the class is that CRMs in general are not in my wheelhouse. They're not something I've ever really thought about. And I didn't need them as a part of my business model. And now that I'm thinking of how powerful they actually are, and playing with my AI tutor, I spent a ton of time with my AI tutor asking questions about how to be more efficient and what I needed, what pieces would be better for me to have and not have, and even figuring out what all the icons are. That's the other thing too, is we look for the Moodle or we look for a VTiger, but then I look at all of the other ones and I'm thinking, wow, there are a lot of options here. What the heck are they? That's the other piece of the puzzle too, because many of us, I think, we've never built our own websites. We don't have WordPress websites. And if we do, we've paid somebody else to do it. So we have no idea how they run.
And by the way, before I forget, that was my other point. Like, you can still hire someone and pay them to come do all this for you. Like, you have all the tools right now. So, like, your only cost right now, if your time is not something you have to give for your project, hire someone and be like, hey, here's a VTiger, here's 2 WordPresses, here's what I want you to do. It's got Divi, it's got everything you need. How much per hour?
But you still
What do
have
we
to
gotta
know
do?
what those pieces are, because
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
want someone
for
to
sure.
take, you for a run. You're like, no, I actually worked through it and I know what all of these pieces do. And so, I'm kind of proud about
But
that.
if you're like super busy and you have like 40 kids and you have no time because you got to cook 40 meals every day, or you just have one of those hectic lives, like some people do, like I did 15 years ago, and then I was like, no, can't do that anymore. But if you have a hectic life and you're finding, like, if you put your thumb down, right, to where you're like coming to class and it's like your first time looking at all this again, you're definitely not doing it the best, and you could be using your time smarter. So
Very true.
I I get it. Imagine dealing with 700 customers plus everything TSI. So I know that it can get like crazy, but at the same time, you should not wait until Wednesday to go visit everything again and refresh your brain.
Absolutely true.
That's not really how it works. That's what like students do, and I always yell at them in like college and middle school, and I'm just like, you aren't gonna learn anything because you're gonna be in fight or flight mode. Your brain is just gonna be in crazy mode, where you're just trying to get the answers, get what you need for class, or study that last like 3 chapters of the history book right before the test. It's 1 hour a day. If you cannot give yourself 1 to 2 hours a day, then you probably shouldn't be launching a solopreneur business. And that is a fact
Very true.
and advice. So you should take this as like a fun learning experience, but don't expect anything to come from it because you're not putting in anything. Because this doesn't count. I'm putting it in for you. So this does not even count at all.
To give you an inkling, this would be a 3 or 4 credit class, which means you're spending 3 or 4 hours on the after. And so, like, I'll use Starboss as an example. She puts in 2 to 3 hours every day after these classes. And she's consistent. Like, she never misses. Those are the kinds of things when you're doing it. When we're taking a class here, you come back, you re-listen to it on Thursday morning, but then on Friday you visit it again and you click through it and you figure out your whys, and then you do a couple hours every single day because you're going to have that muscle memory. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to click all of the buttons. No, sometimes you're just going to work at your pace, right? And you're going to say, okay, I need to understand this. And don't apologize for saying, hey, it might have spent the whole day learning about what the heck, all of these little error messages or, what all of the terminology means. Putting and banking in those hours with, let's say, my AI tutor, and asking them the questions. What is this? Like for the SaaS class, I leaned super heavy into my AI tutor. I asked it every single question. And most of it was, I hate Windows. I can't get rid of S mode. What the flip is this? And, I really truly wanted to send my computer airborne. And it took me, a whole entire night. I spent the entire week, working to make sure that I wasn't behind on the next class because I wasn't going to let it win. You know what I mean? And I think that's one of the things that, if this is new terminology to you, if it's new completely, put in the work. And if it is over your head, that means that you're going to have to put in some more work to get caught up to understanding and having fluidity of computers in general. I know that kind of sounds harsh, but if you're losing passwords or you're not able to log in or your screen's not working, that may be the universe telling you, hey, it's not your time right at this moment. Maybe you should clock in some more time understanding how a website works, how DNS works, like a domain. How do these things work? How does the information move? How is a database? What does it do? Those are the kinds of questions you ask yourself. And there's no shame, there's no harm, there's no foul in coming to the moment where you're saying, this is not, in my wheelhouse or my capabilities. Now, you don't give up. You say, look, I'm going to get there and I'm going to get those skills. But like Ross said, you'll come to a point in your own understanding. I know how to change my oil. I know how to change my spark plugs. I know how to fix my own engine. But because I know how to do that, I pay someone else to do it because I understand how messy it is and I don't want to deal with it. But I have to understand how my engine works, how my car works first. And that's the same with your website. These are precious things that we have been gifted, in terms of the cPanel, in terms of all of the other digital stuff in our backpacks. Those are very, very valuable tools. And, I think a good developer would give their eye teeth, to have access to Divi and to some of the things that we have.
I'll give you an example.
Yep.
A funny example. In the colleges, right? If they don't log in one particular month after class is over and it's like summer, their cPanel gets totally deleted and nuked with no emails. They don't even get a warning. They know the rules. You have to log in at least once a month or else you're considered inactive. There's no situation where you're running a website and you can't check in once a month with your server. If you can't do that, you actually don't even deserve to have the server. So we decide we'll take it away from you. Until you're ready for a responsibility like that, then you may have it back.
Yeah, because
Do you understand?
people don't understand. It costs a huge amount of money and also bandwidth to store our cPanels in my AI tutor or in TSI. TSI is babysitting our stuff that is very greedy when it comes to energy, right? And so if you're not putting in the effort and you're not putting in the time to at least keep it alive, this is no different than Farmville. You at least had to log in or else your farm dies, right? And you can't log in for your friends. You can try to give them gifts and hearts and make them come to class, but ultimately, at the end of the day, you farm your own plot. And if you're not there, all your animals are going to die. All your people are going to die. It's going to end not well. So, you know what? It is what it is.
By the way, I promise I'm not just like being annoying. I'm telling you this stuff, guys, because if you're not preparing during the week and you're coming here on Wednesday, like brand new, like you did not do anything from last Wednesday when we ended, you're limiting yourself on knowledge. So the only person you're hurting is you, actually. Because for me, we're doing this regardless of outcomes, right? We're just providing this free education. So it's not specific to any singular person, right? So for us, if you decide not to partake and just listen, that's fine. But like, if you're actually trying to make money on the internet, you should be in there like swimwear, like they say. Like you should be in there every single day, at least an hour or two. I mean,
And with this class,
it's such a small donation.
with this class particularly, because the previous seasons, yes, there were certain things on the line. This season's different. You have the ability to have a Cisco accreditation or credentials. That means that you are adhering to a standard, right? And that you're investing your time and your energy to saying that this certificate actually means something, that you have something to show for it. And you can't fly in and fly out. You can't earn that by proxy. You have to be in the trenches, and you have to, you know, it might be a slog. It might be just crap, man. But you have to understand it, and you have to kind of go through it and put in the time. So, um, you know, I'm taking ownership of the fact that I didn't play around with vTiger, um, but I will never make that mistake again. I want to make sure that I understand it. But to each and every other person that's in the recording tonight too, um, put in the time. This is something that you're going to a notch in your belt. This is something that is, you're working and building in public. And the other thing too is participating in the conversation during the live recordings. You're asking questions, you're showing up. I see your faces. Ross sees your face. We see you on Thursday morning. And then we see you, in the Slack channels, or maybe it's in DMs, or maybe it's in Discord, that you know that they're there, and that they're constantly kind of putting in the time or the energy. So, because the other thing too is Ross, Nick, and Alisher, they spend an incredible amount of time, not just on these classes, but on the demos and all of the live streams and the other spaces that they do. Alisher's also a part of Sharon's space. They also come into Kirk's space after hours. They are expending their time and energy. And, these are free classes. They're free. You would have to spend incredible, inordinate amount of money in order to get this education. Yeah,
Not including the actual things. So it's like
exactly.
you would have to buy the class
Exactly.
and then purchase cPanel and a server to participate. None of that's given to you. Even with the colleges we partner with, we're providing that first party. They don't give you a server. They teach you about theory of servers. And I'm like, what's the point of theory? Okay, we're not doing any of that. Delete everything. Restart. Here's a server. Welcome to cPanel. Let's learn.
And that's important too,
And that's how it
because
should
it's never been done this way. So you're getting a digital backpack with hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of stuff. And the least you can do is, open up the backpack at the end of the day. You have to be just like the little kids trudging home. They have their backpack, and mom dumps it out on the kitchen table and says, okay, we have to go over all the stuff that's in this backpack. Your homework, the moldy sandwiches, whatever it is, it has to see the light of day. And you have to put it back in the backpack and trudge back to the school the next day. You have different stuff in your backpack every single day if you show up. So, Dan, your hand was up, hon. Go ahead. We'll continue in a minute.
Cool. It really is. Yeah. My hand was really up. Well, I just wanted to kind of say, just in this whole thread, I am now finally starting to see the value of what we got. It was hard for me to put together because I was just seeing it. This is gonna sound weird, but if you've ever played like The Legend of Zelda, and you just get into a labyrinth and you have this little lantern light around you, you can see one thing at a time, but then you kind of go through the murky murk, and then all of a sudden you see the whole map, and I'm just like blown away by what we have access to, especially even like now that we're populating more things within cPanel. So for me, I kind of needed that that visual reinforcement of, okay, well, here's my SaaS product, here's my website, here's my vTiger, here's my Moodle, and it's amazing as you go through those layers. So I just wanted to say, in case I haven't in a while, thank you TSI and ITT.
So good of you, Dan. That's so good of you. I think the same thing. I absolutely love Wednesday nights. I just thank my lucky stars, because you know what? I didn't even know what Divi was. I didn't have any idea what a cPanel was. And then when I found out, the best part is when you're talking to a bunch of computer science guys, college kids, and they come into the living room and you're like, yeah, I'm trying to figure this cPanel out and Divi's just giving me a headache and I hate SAS. And you have their jaws on the floor. They're like, you did what? Because they have to pay full price for that. That's part of their tuition. And here I get to come in and, pretend that I'm a part of a hackathon and being awesome and cool because, these tools have given me more than just the things. It's also, I've had conversations on X in, the timeline with people that have, when I say thank you to GitHub or I say thank you to Vercel or I say thank you to cPanel, they all hat tip and say, you're welcome, and then you always tag TSI in those tweets because it's really important. Collaboration is the next currency. And all of us here in this classroom, we're all collaborators. We don't know each other. We're pocket family, right? And so when we're thinking about this next step, the modules and everything else, they're not mind readers. Nick Alisher and Ross are not mind readers. They're not going to understand what you need to have to be successful. You have to help show them your path, your journey, what it is that you want to accomplish. Now I will tell you, because Ross knows most of us, we've had numerous conversations with them behind the scenes, or you've had your one-on-ones with him. They're very careful in listening, and they know the desires of your heart when it comes to these things. It's like they know what your path is and they can suggest certain things to you. Take that advice, but they are not mind readers, so they don't know what you're going to be selling. They don't know what your specialty is. They have a ballpark because you show up every day or every week, but by and large, you have to paint that picture for them, and it can't happen in an hour before class. You're thinking about this every night for the next 6.5 weeks, because it's longer than that. We've been building this out since we sat in class and said, okay, I want a SaaS. What kind of app are you going to build? What kind of this? And then where does it live? What website? So
Well, what's funny, Sarah?
yes, love.
If you add it all up, right?
Did you just do that?
You
You
got
just added it all up. I know you did.
no. I'm just saying, if you did it, I just thought about it now. Like you would be almost like learning about this stuff for like at least 18 weeks of like free knowledge around building your own products, launching your own services, having your own infrastructure, and being in control of your own data. And like, I think that's really cool. And a lot of you, if you think back, even though you kind of feel like you don't know anything, think back 18 weeks ago. This version of you would be a super genius.
Well, not only that, I mean, I'm not joking that 18 weeks, think of how long a semester is. It's about 12 weeks, 13 weeks, right? Break it down. That's a $6,000, $7,000 class. And that's not even including all of your tools. That's not including all of the things that you have to have behind the scenes, and you look at that big picture and you think of how you're investing in yourself. Just because it's free to you, it doesn't mean it's without cost. It is with an incredible cost. This free comes with an incredible cost. It costs in your time, your effort, your swearing, your tears, your laughter. It costs in all
Hold on,
those
Sarah.
things.
Before I forget,
Yes, love.
I want to answer one thing. I don't know if this person's here, but I'm going to tell them to come here. So really quick about the Cisco. Hold on 1 second. So, okay. The Cisco certifications that we're going to get are going to be entry level, right? But there are levels, and you can go higher. That's not a problem. But for the first time, we're going to do entry. If that goes well, we'll do more. So I got a few DMs asking what exactly is the Cisco certification? What does it really mean? It means two things. It means, one, you know whatever the certificate says, right? Because it's an actual certification. So if you were to go get a job in building WordPress, this would help you, right? But what it also means is you can start stacking credentials. So you can get like 20 of them in theory. And the way we're going to do it is if you pass, you'll be able to continue. So each time you pass, it'll get more crazier. So you'll be able to have credentials stacking being used on your name that can be useful to get a job as a consultant, whether it's a regular job or a consultant, or if anyone's like, hey, you want to make websites? Can you make websites? You're like, yeah, here's the CRM I made. Here's like 4 website URLs to check out. And here is a certification that I got. Now, certifications are cool, but what's better, right? And this is why if you're waiting to Wednesday, you're definitely doing it wrong. Because between Wednesday and Wednesday, you can make more than one. You can go make like 10 sites. One could be a spa, one could be like a bakery. And you know what these are? Example sites that you can show people that you've constructed. You can use Pixio and AI Tutor to create all the great graphics and videos and text. That is what's going to make someone go with you over somebody else.
It's a living, breathing portfolio.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And don't just do what you like. You know, like I'm going to use, let's say, Dan, and he likes like music stuff. So like maybe we'll let you get away with like one Dan, right? So you can do like a record store. But then that's it. You're done. Now it has to be like a doctor's office, a bakery, a concert venue, like totally different things. Well, we gave you 2, a concert venue, technically music still. Or like even like an organic food company. Like they don't have to exist. But what they can do is display what you can do. So if you're not building portfolio pieces, like what are you even doing here? You should be building. Like anytime you have free time, donate it to yourself. It's the best donation ever.
It's a tithe. You give your first fruits to yourself. That top 10%, your best effort. And you roll it back into yourself. This is no different than, you don't spend all of your profits. You have to reinvest in order to build your business. It's the same thing with your skills. You're reinvesting in yourself in order to give yourself a capability for a future, right? And exactly what Ross has said. This is a living, breathing portfolio. There are people in this group, and I kid you not, who have done exactly what Ross said. And they spend their waking minutes when they got their cPanels, they created hundreds of sites. I can only imagine what Dave Muir has done with this, or Keras AI. In the hands of people that absolutely live and breathe this stuff. Oh my gosh, it's like a breath of fresh air. When you look through Divi, I mean, there was one night where I just spent an entire evening flipping through templates, and I was just so in awe because it was like a veil had been moved aside. It's
But also
awesome.
sound-
Go ahead.
Can it click in your head that all these templates that you see are one-click websites that you could just be like, who cares that it's in Divi? Because the people outside don't know about
They don't.
templates
They
in
have no
Divi.
idea. It's like the
They
wizard.
know nothing.
They just saw the wizard. They have no idea that there's a
You
guy
could,
behind the
in
curtain.
theory,
None.
with AI Tutor and Pixio, pump out like 10 sites in 10 days, a site a day. New challenge, people. A site a day.
And they can be
Do
fully
that, and you'll
monetized.
learn.
You can sell those off. You can monetize them in multiple ways. This is the mechanical advantage that we're talking about. It's the multiplier effect. It's like in Calvin and Hobbes, you've jumped into the cardboard box and now there are 100 of you. If you're sitting down to learn one, you can sit down and learn 10. You can maximize that ability. And each one of them can serve a different facet of your, wondrous multi-potentialite worlds. If you like to cook and bake, that's great. And then you like to sew and you have crafting, you can have one for every single thing. You can have your organic farm. You can have your yoga classes. Every single one of those personalities that you have or the passions that you have get their own site.
But like that's a good idea if you're gonna really take it seriously and like sit, but like if you really don't got time, spin up like 10 templates and make it look good. Get rid of lorem ipsum, make it go bye-bye, make it all real, make it up, like just make it
Use
up.
AI to help you.
But like if I am interviewing someone like a developer, right? Like there's so many people that hit me up and they're like, are you hiring engineers? And I'm like, always, depending on qualifications. And then they'll send me like a GitHub. And I'm just like, if you don't got live links, like I'm not interested. I don't care about your GitHub. Like you can keep your GitHub, bro. Like it's not gonna do anything for me. Cause like every human being, I'm visual. And if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. If your code is uncompiled and not in production, you might as well delete it. Because what's the purpose of it? And does it, and like always they're look, it's like in Node.js and Python, and you said you want Python. Yeah, I want Python that's live. Can you get it live? Or is it just a local host? And like that's a big thing for me. Because like we play in the realm of live production things. Like I would rather, like the other day with Kirk last night, I just put it up and Kirk found all the issues live and I fixed them all. And like that is what's important to me. What's not important to me is a screenshot of a website that is no longer online because that means you don't give a fuck. And yep, I cursed because it's real. That's what I feel when I see that. It means you don't even care about your own stuff. So why would I care? Like you won't go to like my TSI or anything I care about and it's going to say not found. Even for years, things stay up. I have things that have been up for 7 years. They ain't going down. And that's really important. So like having this live portfolio is the best thing you can do for yourself because it's the difference between someone hiring you and not hiring you. Because when they could, like, imagine I go in to get a job, right? And I'm like, and we'll pretend like, I don't know, Dan is like the person I'm interviewing, right? Like he's interviewing me to be like an engineer, right? Now I could tell Dan all these things, like I know this, I know that. And then at some point he's going to be like, oh, that sounds good. Even if he doesn't understand a few things, it's fine. And then he'll say, okay, we'll be in touch. And then he'll meet someone else and someone else. But what if I showed you, Dan, Pixio? And I'm like, look at what I built as a demonstration of what I could do. And then you're like, are you like a one-hit wonder? I'm like, nope, here's AI Tutor. Who are you going to hire? Like, the proof is in the pudding. People will hire people that can demonstrate capability in real time. The beauty of the web is real time can be 6 months of training and no one knows. Because for them, it's just online. So it looks like it's in real time. They don't know that you just learned how to do this and you just put it up like 5 minutes ago. They don't know that. They don't care either. So that's really important, guys. So make sure that you understand that you should be doing these things. And I'm not going to baby you every time, just telling you now. But like, you'll blink your eyes, 6 weeks will be done before you could even like blink. So like try to slow it down and maximize your minutes. So if you're like chilling at home with like your cat watching like, I don't know, American Idol, turn it off. Open up the laptop. Spend that hour fixing something on your site or build a new site. And if you really don't have inspiration, like find something you care about, like Sarah said. So like I would make a website probably that sells high-end computers because I care about that. Or I'll make like a fun website like gpu.lol and just make it like a parody website. That's okay too. Or I can just straight up copy like, I don't know, like Gucci's website and make a better one. Like a showcase of like why my design skills stand out. Like, you have to think about each site and what it's saying about you. So
How
you
do you
can make
feel
a
about
site, huh?
Oh, how do you feel about planning, like planning in advance and building your like content folders before you start into, architecting a new site? It's like you have the idea, you have the outline.
Yeah, so I do that. That's very proper to do it that way. So like predefine all the folder structures in your server before going in and installing applications. So that you have all your subdomains all done before you like start going crazy. But remember that like if you're 18 weeks right now, like if you're where you are, all of you, 18 weeks, and like out of the 18 weeks, out of the I feel like this is the Hunger Games. Out of the 80 people plus that joined, right? This is the distilled version, right? Because people will always quit. That's how it is. And let them quit. Don't let the door hit you on your way out. Seriously. But you guys are here. But what you need to also do is be present and have something to show for it. So if I was to tell you, do one site every 6 weeks, some of you haven't even done that. But you're still here. So the question begs, why are you here? So before we like super continue, come up. I want to know why you're here. So I have some frame of understanding. So just come up and speak. This is important for like any classroom environment to understand.
Do you guys have enough spots available?
You can just
Yeah.
go drop people down.
You can
I'll-
drop
I'll
me
drop-
down.
I'll drop down too.
But come up and tell me, why are you here if you're like only coming on Wednesdays and not devoting time and not making portfolio websites? So if that's all true, why are you still here? That's my question. It's a real question. It's not bad. I just truly want to know. And the answer could be just education.
Go ahead, Jeff. Why are you here, hon?
Well, I'm not interested in building a portfolio. At my age, I'm not looking for a job, but I am looking to build something that I can leave as a legacy, which is something that you pointed out in other chat spaces. And so, I'm definitely working on something, but I'm not going to be building a massive amount of sites. I'm trying to focus in on things I need to build the platform that hopefully will be a legacy for me.
So I will say one thing to you, and then we'll go to someone else. It has to work properly. And so for that to happen, you have to understand it. And for you in this situation, there's the only barrier would be you. So like you should be able to do all the things you want. And I strongly urge you to create those portfolio pieces, even if you show it to no one. Show it to yourself that you can actually do it. Because that's the skill you need to take your idea to the next level and build that legacy. Like, it's really important to understand the fundamentals. Like, if I didn't understand WordPress, half our stuff would be down all the time. But I understand, Jeff. I know you're not looking for a job necessarily, but it's a good exercise to understand how to build this. Because if you do want to, so I recommend trying to mess with the templates so you deepen your knowledge.
Ross, Dan has his hand up, love.
Oh, I don't see. Just talk. You're good.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I guess my why is maybe a little bit different because I'm really just kind of looking for that granular experience of building something, but then this is definitely just kind of ancillary to what the community I'm trying to build is. And so for me, it's that process you were describing of knowing it, building it, doing it, living it. So I play around with a lot of the building pieces, but I don't actually I'm not exporting websites or searching out clients, because the big thing that's holding me back there is I don't feel like I have the mastery of it yet to be able to monetize, like, hey, I can build a website, because then that has all the management pieces. So I guess drilling down, that's really what I'm most looking for, is like, what does this overview look like? What, as we're building a community of singer-songwriters around the world, how do we actually build like that whole moderating system? So that's why I'm here every week, and then I do a lot of playing around. But I'm definitely taking the criticism. I need to actually like put these together and curate them into something that I can show as a portfolio, or next step would be for students to be able to have access to building something similar.
Yeah, no, for sure, that's good. And I especially for you, man, I would deeply understand like VTiger, and I would understand the courses, because you can like essentially offer your own courses to people in the future, like directly from Dan, about music and stuff like that.
Yeah, that is cool. It's just I was browsing around in Moodle. It looks like Blackboard or any of those learning management systems. So it's pretty awesome.
I'm going to fill in. Julie said, I came into this not knowing anything at all. I have go high level for marketing. I am trying to learn everything AI. I am building this for my JULDD business. I will even go as far as saying that my goal is an AI agency within a year. I love this. I love this so much. The reason why I am here is that I can't ask the folks that I mentor and that I help to do something that I won't myself. I make all the kids that I work with write a book in November, a NaNoWriMo project, 50,000 words in 30 days. And I won't let them, make them do something that I'm not willing to do myself. They need this skill. I know it in my heart of hearts. This skill is something that each and every person here needs. They need to understand how to use AI, not as an entertainment tool, but as a true cohort and collaborative entity that can help give you the leverage and fill in the gaps. And sometimes that means going into something that you don't know anything about and really relying heavily, putting your ego and your apprehension at the door and saying, okay, AI, help me figure this out. And it may take you a little longer, but I will tell you there's a satisfaction in sussing things out for yourself, that you cannot learn this by proxy. You have to get your fingers dirty. You have to, really, be there and do it. And so you may never use these skills per se in the way that you think, in terms of, let's say, building websites, but you are going to learn the skills of showing up, determination, not giving up, being adaptive for the situation. Those are the kinds of things, that resilience, you can't learn any other way. So I just thought Julie's comment was beautiful. I see that Lucia is also up on stage, and I'd love to hear from her. And I think Smoke has a mic too, Ross.
Also, really quick before we hear more, I don't want to forget my train of thought. Julie, I think you should make like a whole website about an AI agency. Literally, just make it now. Don't wait a year, and start populating it with like styles of images you can do. The new the new video product that we've created will allow you to actually make intros for brands with like their logo that you provide. Like, you just upload the logo from like Canva or something, and it can make intros. So it's really cool. And if you can't figure it out, shoot me a DM and I'm going to show you. And I think there's going to be a lot more to come for this kind of stuff. So I urge you to start building that now. Start now. Start blogging right now. Like, we're about to do something really cool tomorrow. We're going to film, me and Nick, like a live action thing in the backyard with like Larry. And we're going to go outside. It's going to be so crazy. We're going to go outside. We're going to take pictures of a video with the tripod. Then we're going to scroll to a frame where Larry's like walking towards the jungle. I'm going to take that frame as start frame, and I'm going to say, using real image in front of my house, like a portal opens in front of the dog. And then Larry is going to have a portal in front of him, and our video model will composite all of it and understand the scenery around him. And it's going to make it look so real, because I'm going to tell you, AI video looks fake until it's put with real video with the same frames. Then it starts to become movie magic. And that is what's coming next. So prepare yourself, Julie. There's going to be a whole push for brands wanting to interact with consultants, smaller brands, to realize their AI sort of stack that they're going to use. And so people that understand like the latent space, like Sharon and Julie and all you people playing with Pixio right now, you're going to be the people that people are going to be after when this is a huge thing, because already it's like, what, 2024, and I got 10-second video right now, like straight from text. Like, imagine, just literally close your eyes and imagine. Now we'll get to the rest of the questions, but thank you for answering the question, guys. It's really important to understand why you're here, because it's the why you're here that's going to make you stop doing the normal things you do and spend time on this. And if you don't have a reason why you're here, well, then I get why you haven't spent time on it. So that's why we're having this conversation. And no one's anything bad. I just genuinely want to know, because we seem to have a lot of problems doing the same things. And it's a reoccurring problem. So my question is why? Because then we'll move faster if you guys write things down and know how to do certain things. Like, we did a lot of things today that we did last week. And so it's really important that we maximize our time together. So if you don't really have a reason why you're here, you should figure that out, because you're spending time here and spending resources on our behalf. So make it worth it, you know? Okay.
One of the other things, Ross, real quick, that you just said to Julie, that's really important, is that you have access using Pixio to tools that are not discovering the indie band before anybody else does. You're the cool kid at the table, is that you are getting results that other people are going to have to work harder with the tools that they have access to get. So, keeping that kind of thing in mind is that, we're this moment where I'm seeing behind the curtain. I was like, are you kidding me? Look at all these templates. And then I realized that, this is what some people's world actually looks like, right? But then you pop in the graphics that you're able to do and the bells and the whistles that Pixio and My AI Tutor give you. That puts you in an upper echelon. It makes the barrier to entry higher, for other people to knock you down, right? So it is something to think about and to really take to heart, that if you're spending the time here, I know that I clear my entire schedule on Saturday, and I clear it on Wednesday, and I clear it on Thursday. There are only a handful of spaces that I participate in anymore, because I believe in my heart of hearts that this matters. And I believe to my core that what Ross, Nick, and Alisher are doing, what Josh, Matea, Kevin, Luke are doing, is changing lives and helping normal, everyday, ordinary folks, become extraordinary and change their stars. But I also see not blowing smoke up anybody's skirt. I see a future that if you don't have these skills, you are going to have a really tough time. You know, I work for 40 magazines. I see technology that you haven't seen. And I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, I love you to the moon and back. I want to see you succeed. And I want to be here because it matters. It's important. This kind of information you can't get anywhere else. You can't sit in a normal classroom. This is unconventional stuff. This is unconventional learning. And what you're doing is exploring a method that other people are still trying to figure out. Universities are watching, Ross. They're in these classrooms with us and they are keeping tabs. They are really paying attention because education from this moment forward is going to be like this, like how we are learning. It's changing, it's being disrupted, and you just happen to be at the right place at the right time on the spot on the timeline of history. So, you know, it is something that you marinate on. Ross is not puffing smoke up your skirt or exaggerating how wickedly cool some of this stuff is and how it truly can propel you. We talk about generational wealth. These kinds of skills are going to make you wealthy beyond measure if you just put them into action instead of letting it just be a noun. You need to be verbs. So I see that Lucy is up to stage. Why are you here, friend?
Hi, good evening. Good to see everybody. Um, yeah, happy Wednesday night. Um, so why am I here? Well, I'm here because I want to learn, and I am behind, and I know that, and I have so many things that take my attention. Kids, husband, um, work, animals, chickens, you know, you name it. There's so many things that send me in one direction or another. Um, and then I'm trying to learn. And I don't always have the time to be here um, on time and totally focused. And I think probably my biggest distraction is the kids, honestly, and making supper and all of that stuff that has to go along with children. Make sure they're fed. Um, that said, I'm here because I really want to learn. I want to learn how to do this so that I can become better at using WordPress. Um, and then make a site. I'd like to make a site for my business or a business I want to develop. Um, and actually for my mental health business too. Um, I honestly want to transfer eventually the paid mental health site that I have out there into this, you know, so that I can build it myself. But I'm also doing something with homeschool. So those are the reasons that I'm trying to learn how to build. But I know that there is a learning curve, and the learning curve takes focus. And sometimes my mind is a bit scattered about. So, so that's why I'm behind. I'm just being honest here. I would love to just be able to figure this out quickly and have a mind that just um, learns it and retains it. I don't know. I don't know if I'm asking too much, but learns it.
So I won't say you're asking too much, Lucia, and I appreciate your answer. It's like a really good answer. But it's not about asking too much. It's about cataloging where you have problems all the time. So if you're having a problem every time in this one thing, writing how to fix that problem. And you can't request yourself to like learn it quickly. So that would be the asking too much of yourself part. Because it's like when you were a baby and you had to crawl first, it's like you're wanting to run immediately. And it it doesn't work with this kind of stuff because you can't just like by mistake figure out that you have legs and walk. It's not like that spontaneous. It's more like So if you did want the fast track, I would say schedule it in your life like you would a gym. Something like 2-3 days.
That's funny because I can't even get the gym in, to be honest. But no, I hear what you're saying. Absolutely. I need to really get it scheduled in because I am
And
trying
like,
to learn all this.
Where are you in the world?
I live in Missouri.
Okay, so like if you have the ability, like one day out of the week, try to devote some time. I feel like it might be helpful for you, even if it's a little bit of time. It's the repetition that helps, you know. We're forcing repetition on you guys right now every Wednesday, but like you have to attempt to give yourself like another day that you create for yourself, or else it's gonna be like every time you come here, not you, Lucia, but anyone just generally, it's gonna be like your Ariel for the first time and you just got your legs.
Yeah, I feel like I'm still like a toddler when it comes to this stuff. Because I can do a little bit, so I'm wobbling around, and I can manage. But there's certain things that I just don't follow quite yet. And then when I come in late, then I'm definitely like behind because I don't know where we're at. So, or if I'm distracted.
But being like late or behind a few weeks is super easy to get caught up because as much as like I would go against my own self, I would want to move like way faster, but it seems to be helping you guys to like go slow. But if we do that, we also trade off the ability to do more. So if you devote a little bit of time to like catch up and like you can create a catch up day. Do like Monday at 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. as catch up. Like mommy's busy, leave me alone. Just for like 1 hour. And if you can't do that, then maybe you shouldn't put so much pressure on yourself to learn this and kind of just soak it in and go through the motions. But if you can devote like an hour in addition to hour or 3 hours, it really does help. Like I know it sounds minuscule, but like even Sharon, the reason why Sharon is understanding Comfy is because she's doing it with me every Sunday. If we delete Sundays out of her schedule, her Comfy learning stops and she becomes uncomfy with Comfy. But slowly but surely, she's understanding more and more and more because it's happening religiously. And unlike once a week, Sharon's in it all the time. Like I see the GPUs freak out, and I know that Sharon. Like, cause her machine ID is tied to her name. So when I see a bunch of pretty colors on the graphs, and it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm like, wow, she's spending time. So that, like, I think she just spent like hours yesterday creating a tutorial to put in her newsletter, but like on the DL, it's really for Sharon, y'all. In case Sharon forgets what happened. Right, Sharon?
Sharon is actually down in the listeners. She doesn't have the speaker and she's laughing at you. Just so you know. No, I'm just kidding. She's like,
we're in the,
I
we're in the
don't have
class.
to say anything.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
You're ruining
Yeah.
it, Sharon. Go back down to listener. I'm trying to cover for you.
30 minute study sessions, DM. That's it. You know, like that's how we became scholars in the, you know, I'm serious, like that. We literally got scholarships that way. Just, you know, just having a study session. If you DM, I can open a space anytime, 24 hours a day.
I mean, I'll even ask Nick because he's a little different than me. Nick, Lucia's question was: is it asking too much? If she wants to learn it quicker, is it asking too much? And it's like I think about you when you first learned WordPress. How long do you think it took you to be comfortable and be able to whip up a website like it's your job?
Probably, I would say 3 to 6 months minimum.
Yeah, I would agree, but I would say like in those 3 to 6 months, you can't just like go to sleep and pray that knowledge comes into your brain. You have to like, I would say like put 2 to 3 hours outside of what we do. Would you not agree? That's like good.
Yeah.
Even if it's 1 hour a day.
Yeah.
So like Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 1 hour. Wednesday, 4 hours. That's like substantial. And that would be my recommendation.
And we've taught, students from, all different ages, and most people with zero experience in building a website. And they did it in, I would say, what were those semesters? They were shorter. They were like less than a month, 2 months. But they were at
6
least
weeks, exactly.
It was
Exactly
6
what your class is. These college students had to build an entire website with not even one mistake, because every mistake knocks points off their final grade. Each and every HTTPS error is minus points.
And that's with any software tool. So if you just had to learn Adobe After Effects, any tool out there that you want to use, it's going to take at least a minimum of 50 hours of exploring it, going through all the different hoops, understanding how to integrate different plugins so you can, further expand what you're trying to build. There's a lot you can do with WordPress. So if you want to spend, the minimum, then you can get a decent website. But if you want to really excel and develop for multiple different sites or web apps using something like WordPress, it definitely comes with some time. It's not something that I would encourage you to try to rush, because things change, things update, and you want to do it right. So it's really important to take it slow and to also be organized and diligent along the way, communicating your problems, trying to see how you can improve. For me, it took that long just because I personally didn't have experience with any software tools. When I first approached development, I was 22, and I was, my only experience was, Excel, Microsoft Office.
Does that even count?
Yeah, I mean,
It does not even count.
It doesn't even count, right? But it's so important. So I got to, get mentored and learn from Ross, and he had that experience. And for me, it's like someone holding my hand along the process. Now, if you go through that way, you can definitely go a lot quicker. A lot of your issues that you spend hours on trying to understand what the problem is and how to fix it, that gets diminished into like a couple of minutes. So you don't fully appreciate it, but I've worked with Ross for years now, and it's always a new thing that you can learn. So if you're a positive person and you are constantly encouraging each other, you can pretty much learn anything. A lot of people, they'll try Adobe After Effects for a few minutes. Larry, come here. You see, Larry even feels like that.
For those that don't know, Larry is actually very empathetic. He knows exactly when his people are getting riled up and are preaching, and he wants to help.
Well, he hears my voice, and he wants to also, he has something to say.
And he does, and he's such a great dog. He takes such good care of you, Alisher. But continue your thought. You were interrupted.
So this is actually Nick. But
sorry, Nick. You know
right.
what? It's a late night. You know what? I'm so sorry. Try again.
No
Nick,
problem at all.
I now hear that you're up here and it's not Alisher, but you know what's so funny is because I heard your voice. Well, it doesn't matter. Continue your thought, Nick. Sorry, honey.
No, I was just going to say, if you're proactive and constantly organizing your time and dedicating it, to accomplish something that you really want, you can really get to it. And if you do it with others, you'll get to it faster. Because there's not just encouragement, but there's all sorts of help through inspiration, through feedback. Maybe your site needs a little retouching. Maybe you can do something a little bit better. And that's really important. Most people kind of dive into something like this alone, and it could be really overwhelming. So
it's true. And while we're having this discussion, I used the new Pixio model and made a little animation. You can see when you actually deeply learn something, like what you could do. Like, it's actually kind of amazing. So like you can put something like that on your website, like with your brand on it. And that's really what it's all about, is learning how to do really cool things. But yeah, I really appreciate all your answers. It helps me frame and understand if you've had troubles, why, and why you're really here, because it makes a difference, believe it or not. It allows the person leading, like me or Nick or anyone that's speaking, a little bit of insight into an otherwise invisible world. Because for us, it's like we like yesterday for me, there's so much on the line that it's like there's an issue, it affects 600 people. And you don't do things like that now because there's not 600 people. But if you pretend that there is, the quality of your work is going to go up like 50% at least. And so, like, even though, Jeff, you're not trying to sell anything on your website, make it look so good that you look at it and you're like, did I really just build that? Like, that's the reaction you want from your own self. And like, I have this reaction, I try to have this all the time. And if I don't have it, try harder. Like, it wasn't good enough. Just like my design, it looked like really, really bad, like horrible. Then I fixed it up and then spent 7 hours fixing prettiness. And now it looks so good. So if no one has anyone else want to reveal their why or why they're here?
I'm not seeing any hands, hun, but go ahead. I hear a voice. Epic
I'm
is
here for the
listening.
snacks.
You are. I know you are. Yep, definitely.
Now, what you guys really have to do right now is you have to understand that if I give you homework, right, no one's going to slap you on the hand, right? The only thing that's going to happen is you're going to fall behind. So when I tell you to make sure you have something done by X week, you should do it because it's going to help your learning process. See, like right now when we end class, put a thumbs down if you're going to just like go back to regular life. Put a thumbs up if you're going to work on it for like 30, 45 minutes. Anyone? Anyone going to mess around with it? See, that's good. You should really try to imprint this information onto your brain. And the only way to do this is to do it over and over and over again. Like, everything right now is driven by the web. So like, there's people that make millions of dollars off a book on the web, like just a book they write. And it's not because the book is good. It's because SEO is good and the web presence is good. So it's really important. And for next week, we didn't get to complete the last part, what I wanted to do. So now you have extra homework. What you have to do is you have to come up with 5 modules that need to exist in your CRM. If they exist, we need to change them and alter them like you see on my screen. If they don't exist, we need to create them. And then once we do that, we're going to learn about web forms and customer portal. That's next week. What that's going to allow you to do is connect vTiger to WordPress, which is super important. And then we're going to be able to grab users from WordPress to vTiger. That's the key. And we want to make sure our vTiger is set up for our business. So if we have a coaching business, we're turning off all the modules that aren't useful and editing modules that are, like this one that I have here, which is quote. So if I want to get a quote from someone or send a quote, I would need to send them certain things. And in here is where I would be able to put it. So I get to design the system as I want. We're going to start next week with the first segment is going to be immediately talking about vTiger and setting it up for production. Your homework is to do just that. So that means who sees vTiger at the top of their vTiger? Hands up. Do an emoji. Do something. Proof of life. There we go.
Do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around.
So
that's what it's
if it still says vTiger, that's bad. You need to change this. And don't be lazy. And don't just be like, oh, I'm just going to upload some random logo. Don't do that. It literally, when you hit edit, it will tell you 150 by 40. So take yourself over to Canva or something and make a logo proper and fill everything out proper. go through all the options and set everything up that you see that you can. We even get to do like the menu system, which is really cool. And most importantly, we need to make sure that any logos, anything VTiger is gone. Because any automations, like in the email, for example, it'll be like, your password was reset, VTiger. You know? We want that to be like Pocket Family with Sarah's like face on the email. Being like, you forgot your password again? It's okay, I forget mine too. Here it is. You know? Like you want to personalize it so that it's not some stale VTiger email. And we're going to learn all about that. But what you need to worry about is logo and modules. And you're going to have to pick a theme for your new website. So you should have a website that has a front page. Now, this is a lead generation, so it's not like a regular site. It's one page. One amazing page. So that's your homework. And if you don't do your homework, then you're not going to be able to participate in what we're doing. So we're still going to continue, and we're not going to do the homework live. And if you can't do it in all 7 days, it's okay. But it's also a you problem. Like, that's not my problem. And the homework should take all of 2 hours out of the 7 days. And that's going super slow. And that's assuming it takes you 25 minutes to change a logo size. So there's there's fluff time there. You have a question, Sharon, or is it a fake mini
No,
now?
I have a question. So you just said we need to have a page, a lead generation page.
Yes, it's going to be your funnel.
Okay, so that's like yeah. What do you call these? What do you call these pages nowadays?
It's literally called a funnel.
What's the new word for
Like
it?
literally.
What's the new word?
Sales funnel.
Wait a minute.
Landing
Page, exactly. So we need to make a landing page. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and this landing page is not your regular
Of
website,
course.
but it will bring you there.
Okay. And we're going to make that in WordPress. Okay. Okay, cool.
So for you, Sharon, your landing page could
Of
be for your
course.
Mac.
Yeah, I know.
And what we could do, we can make everyone's mind just bend. When you get to the landing page, we can have a 3D magazine that shows you 2 pages.
Cool.
Like you have to open it up with your mouse.
That's cool.
All that weird.
You see, even Pablo's like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, Pablo likes it. So that's what you can do, right? And for Dan, bro, you can do so many cool things. Like you can get to your website and it straight up plays music at you. And there's like cool animations from AI in the background with your call to action, leading you straight to your meditation album for purchasing. You could even make it when you scroll down, your meditation album starts at like say $20. You change the price officially, like $20. Then when you start scrolling down on the website, the price starts to decrease. So people who get to the bottom save money actually. Increasing reading, increasing clicks, and time spent on site. And you just fluff up the price. So if you're charging $10, charge 25 so that you can fluff it down as they scroll. And that'd be super cool. Like if I got to a website and as I scroll, it just started getting cheaper, it'd be the coolest thing ever.
I'm requesting that for Pixio right now, please.
You wish. But that's a cool idea. You can play with cool ideas. Like I will show you guys something that I haven't really put public yet because we're still finishing it up. But just so you can see the power of like WordPress, that takes like not 5 days, but like that takes, you know, like a month or two. Like a real build, like a whole build. I'm gonna pin it to the nest in a second. So if you guys check out what I'm putting in the nest, this is actually WordPress. And it's the future of Pixio. It's the next iteration of our site, which is way better. Like night and day better. Like super glow up. Check it out. Let me know what you think. That's what WordPress could do. for a brand.
Where is it? Where did you guys put it at the top or where?
I
Okay.
did, yeah. And you'll get there and you'll be like, whoa, this looks cool.
Dude, I want to learn how to fucking do that. Holy crap. I'm sorry for my language.
See?
I want a site like
Language,
that.
language.
My God. Oh my God, though. That is crazy.
Smoke, you make me laugh. You're like, oh.
Imagine that you can build something like that for your website. So when someone gets to your webpage, they get slapped right in the face across the cheek. Like, that's what you're going for.
See, and that's what's been holding me back. I want to learn and present something like that, but epic.
You got AI now, Smoke. You know.
Yeah, I know.
Pablo, shut up. Oh, I'm sorry. Be quiet, Pablo. Be quiet.
But that's what you guys should be aiming for. Like, Smoke, your website has the data, so you definitely understand how to put in data. But like, if I told you anything different than what I'm about to tell you, then I wouldn't be like someone who you should ever consider a friend or telling you the truth. Your website needs an extreme glow up, like plastic surgery glow up. Like, it needs to go to the botched people and get like a full redesign.
I know.
But the content,
I know. It's looking like a kiddie site.
it looks like just like all over the place, and it has like no flow. So like, I don't know where you want me to go. Like, when you get to a website, it should direct you where to click. If it's not telling you what to do, then the developer did something wrong.
Yeah, the developer got lazy and sidetracked and tired from work and stuff, real life stuff. But I'm getting back on track again. I just need to get
And
focused.
what you should do, well, what you should do is you should go page by page, right? Start with one page and start figuring out like, how can this information be presented differently? And like, if the colors look like they want to beat each other up, then you should change them. They shouldn't be fighting each other, the colors. They should be working together. And I'm not telling you this because like I hate you or I don't like your website. I'm telling you this because you, like everyone, deserves real feedback. So if I just, as Sarah says, blow smoke up your skirt, I'm not helping you at all. In fact, I'm harming you. It's the exact reverse.
And by the way, I love when Sarah says that. Every time I giggle.
Yeah, it's because your skirt is like a little tutu that we put on the old trash pandas, my friend. I'm hugging you through the phone.
And the thing is, hilarious. And the thing is that you, by knowing this knowledge, when you're like totally new to all this, right? And you're like, don't know what to do or which way is up. But by getting this feedback from the beginning, you're developing the way you do things. Like, developers have like a way, and when they're set in their ways, they become like people that are set in their ways. Same exact thing. They're like, I'm not going to use Node.js. PHP could do everything. And I'm like, okay, shut up. Like, I don't care. Then you don't need to work with me. But you need to be able to understand and identify when there's a better solution and then do that. So like, if you're a PHP developer and then Node.js is cool, you should start learning that. Like, you should start learning whatever the cool new thing is that the cool kids are developing with. That's what you should learn. And that's what I've done. I taught myself Node.js. I was a PHP guy, MySQL, you already know. But I had to branch off, but not because like I was forced to. And you also have to kind of like not destroy your ego, because the ego is honestly good for a human person, but you need to be able to like lock it in a dungeon for like while you're developing, because whatever you like doesn't even matter, like at all. Like, in the grand scheme of it, you might as well just like glue your mouth shut, because it's the same thing. Because when you're working with people, you're making what they want. What you like doesn't even matter. So it's really important to have your own showcase, because other people's showcase don't reflect you. Now, on the off case, like, come on, that's a great website that I showed you. It does. Then there's another site that I hate, Suburban Jungle. Like, I hate it. And if Allie is in this room somehow, you know what? I still hate it, even though I know you. And I built it, and I still hate it. Because when I look at what I built 7 to 10 years ago, I hate it. Like, I want to light it on fire and redo it. But I can't, because Allie is a client. And unless Allie wants to pay, then my fingers move. That's how this works. So Allie will deal with it because it's not my problem. So I got to put my ego aside. Yes, it represents me, but it doesn't represent me now. AI Tutor and Pixio, you can see my design by looking at that. That represents me 10 years ago. So I wouldn't showcase that, even though I made $28,000. I would exclude it because it's trash, at least in my eyes right now when I look at it, compared to other stuff I would show off. Does that make sense?
It's a process, Ross. That's fully fine. It's always cool to look back at the crap you used to do and where you are now. I think that's cool. I
No,
love
it is
it.
cool. But it's
Just looked at it.
it's
It is.
why
I know
I
what you
wouldn't.
mean. It's very,
Yeah.
very. It's like 1909. I don't even know when did internet come out to being. It's like one of the first web pages that happened at Web two.
I was just about to say the same thing. You
Right,
know,
one of the first Web 2 pages.
yeah, compared to fucking
Now,
part of my language, compared to when I started out online and started messing around with stuff, it's leaps and bounds from where it used to be. But running back on what you said about being the cool kid, you are the cool kid that we are learning from, Ross.
And we love you, Ross. I just want to say what you're doing for me with that comfy stuff, you just can't even imagine. This is Christmas for the next 10 years for me, just so you know. I just want you to know that. This is probably the second best thing after giving birth.
Yeah, and we appreciate it, and it's so cool to see you change because of the repetition. And I know you have your little sneaky meetings with other people and Kirk, and that's really good because you learn even more. Like, you and him both can learn from
I
each
love
other.
Kirk. Kirk is so smart. When I met him the first time was in Dom Space, and I told him right away, I'm like, "You're so smart, Kirk. I can listen to you for hours." And now we're really doing something together. It's like a dream come true. And I just want to thank Josh and Mattia for this. I didn't really understand it when I came to the Innovators Think Tank. I'm like, yeah, okay, let me hang out here and just check it out and see what's up. I didn't understand it. And now everything is coming together because of you guys. I just want to say that because of Josh, Mattia, and Cash Money Kev, that is not here today, but we understand. We miss him, but we understand sometimes you got something else to do. But it's just crazy. And Sarah, I didn't understand it at the beginning. I had absolutely no clue. I'm German. We're so strange. So I learned so much in this short period of time, and the ITT is what made this happen, what changed my mind and transformed me literally. It's crazy. I want to thank you all. I love you all.
Sharon, I gotta say real quick, Ross. Sharon, I love you so much because that's actually like the greatest compliment ever. Because this is Cash Money Kev here tonight. Josh can't be here tonight, sadly, but hearing you say that, it makes me. It's a compliment for me because I'm over here. I'm like, I'm trying to reach Josh's level as the host, but little substitute teacher for the day for you guys. But hearing that from you, that you didn't even know the difference, that makes me feel really good. But sorry, Ross, for stepping on your toes. Also just giving everybody a little 5-minute warning for closing notes and closing out the space. And Dan, I did see you had a hand up, but it disappeared from me. I don't know if that's a phantom, but yeah.
And yeah, we'll go to closing notes in 5 minutes, and you can step on whatever toes you want. You're all good. And for me, it's good to hear it. But the best part for me, Cash Money Cav, with Sharon is, the proof is in the pudding. Watching her take an idea from Innovators Think Tank and then bring it to idea to impact and then make it real is better than words. And so I understand where you're coming from, Sharon. Not many people understand the inner workings of how this all happened, but it's true. This environment allows you to build your own thing, And this is something you've never done before. So hats off to you. And my closing notes I'll give now. So if you want to get to other people, you can. You guys know your homework. Do it. If you need help, there is a Slack. And we also are known to do impromptu live streams in the community. So all of you are in the community in Mighty Networks. And if you need help, we'll do like a group stream. Also, I want to show you why everything that we learned today is important. Look at the link I put in the nest. Not only is it beautiful, but notice two things. One, check out the subdomain. Boom, exactly what I told you to do. So create a tangent page that's like not pixio.myfsi, because that's the real domain. You like get Pixio, right? Then you go there. Let's say you go there right now, and you're like, you get over the prettiness, and you're like, okay, function. And then you go, and you're like, okay, I want to log in. And then you hit get started. Get started will actually bring you to Pixio. If you were to hit get started on Premium, Pro, like any of this stuff, just by hitting that link, it sends you where you need to go. This is how you can manipulate the user and send them to different parts of your infrastructure.
Now I understand all of this. Now I understand why you say do not do a folder. It might not make sense. Do your subdomains, because our landing page is going to be our subdomain. Everything's going to be a subdomain. You have it beautifully structured, and you can, yeah, this is crazy. Oh my gosh. I'm learning so much. I'm learning now to build this from a developer's point of view. This is mind blowing.
It's true. And everything I just taught you today, I put into practice. So I do exactly what I tell you. Like I practice what I preach. And that's why I showed you this link right now. Because it's new. We haven't launched it. It'll be in the Pixio bio soon. We're just running our final tests on it. You know how it is. But you can see it's built exactly the way we talked about. So it's like a landing page with a subdomain that leads you to the app. It's awesome. And this is the correct way to do it. Because what's really cool is if you go and you start like doing SEO, right? These pages end up working together actually, which is cool. Because then you can start finding yourself like, if you write, like in Google, if you write like Pixio AI Tutor, you actually get stuff from us. Like we're number one. And there's an AI Tutor is hard because there's a lot of things called AI Tutor. And there's a whole electronics company named Pixio. But it doesn't even matter. What matters is that I'm beating all of them. Because I have more stuff on the internet. So like, yes, if you care about, if you're one of the people that are like, oh no, algorithm. Okay, just ignore the algorithm. It doesn't even matter. Post links every day. If Elon doesn't like it, guess what? That's a him problem, not your problem. And who cares if you get deboosted by bots? Like, who even cares?
I love that you're
You know what I
saying
care
that now, Ross, because I do not care at all. I am posting because I
you-
see Substack. They do not like it at all, but I am posting that stuff every day. I do not care. I'm going to keep doing it.
And the thing is, like, even for me, like, I will use Twitter as just like any other social network. I will use it as a way to get SEO. So now Twitter actually comes up on AI Tutor and Pixio. I care about that. I could care less what Elon thinks. Like, I don't even care about followers. I just care that it's a catalog of information that's not my name. What that means is it's called a backlink. In SEO, that's the gold mine. So if you have a lot of things that are backlinking to you, then it will increase your visibility on the internet. That's the purpose of all the things that we're doing. And starting like from the second you start building, SEO starts, which is good. So yeah, those are my closing notes, and please do your homework.
Oh my gosh, Ross, you're so freaking amazing. And Cash Money, yeah, I really missed you. I didn't get it. but I know how it is, life sometimes, but I'm so happy you're here and we love Josh too, for sure.
I was just hiding in plain sight, Sharon, and so oh sorry, Sarah. You can give your closing notes. Sorry for stepping on any toes. Just wanted to quickly respond, and then Dan had his hand up too.
Go ahead and respond, Kev. I'm laughing. Just go ahead, respond, and then I'll close too.
Oh, yeah, and I gotta say, like Ross giving a Harry Potter accent right there, that had me dying of laughter too. So I feel you there, Sarah. Dan, if you wanted to give your little closing notes, and then we'll go or ask your final questions over to Ross. And Lucia, I think you had your hand up too, unless your question got answered. Or if you want to DM Ross or AI Tutor, I'm sure they'll be happy to get to you. But I see the mic. Feel free to share.
Yeah, I can maybe ask later, but I was just kind of curious of how about the page that we were talking about, the one that you just made. And maybe I can ask you this privately, Ross, but I'm just wondering how you put that graphic in there. Is that just like an image made in Pixio that moves and then you just add that image to it? So I was just kind of wondering how that worked.
So what that is in the background, it's a like PNG style video out of After Effects. Then I asked AI Tutor, how can I turn that into like lightweight, and how can I make it like load up really quick? And none of this is graphics. This is all actually like happening in code. And that's why AI Tutor is really important when you want to do things that break the mold. So like when you look at this, you're not like, ew, WordPress. You're like, what? This is cool. And like that's what you want. But we all know, right? If you ever want to like see until someone uses Hide My Ass, which I haven't done yet because we're not live. But like if I go to this website /WP admin, it's like you already know how it was built because WordPress comes up. So anytime you're like, how are you built? Just do /WP admin on any website in the world. And if it results in WordPress, that means you can go into the source code, right click, view source, and reveal all plugins running. Then you can just copy them. So that's what I would do if you find cool things. And if you want to do something like this, I can show you how I did it. Like we can have like a quick call and I can show you.
Yeah, I would love that at some point. Yes.
It's just about like understanding things, like understanding that, whatever Divi gives you isn't the end all be all. And like you can just say AI Tutor on my homepage, I want it to do blah, 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 and then it'll do it. And then you got to take that code, you got to go to File Manager. Like there's no cPanel anymore, Lucia. Like you are now in a whole different world. And you would go to something called like template home _1.php and you would paste the code. And then if it works, great. If it doesn't, talk to AI Tutor. It takes me roughly around 3 tries to get everything working. Sometimes it's first shot. But you really gotta like understand. For example, Lucia, it may be beneficial for you to understand where the homepage file in the files is, even if you don't understand it. Because then that's the file you have to give to AI Tutor. If that makes sense. Like this is custom. This is not like Divi, choose cool animated header. I wish.
Awesome. I think did that help you out, Lucia? Did I answer everything?
Yeah, it's a little bit over my head still, but at some point, hopefully I will learn this. It's really great. Thank you.
Yeah, my little bit of advice before I go over to Dan, a little bit quick of advice is you can kind of see with Sharon tonight, like as soon as you get the flow, like it clicks in your mind and everything just kind of gets a little bit easier. Your mind stops hating the computer, and I'm sure Ross and the team will get you to that point. But right, we'll go over to you, Dan, for the final closing notes before Sarah and if Ross had any quick little ones, additional ones too.
Yeah, so my question was actually kind of answered in the middle of all of that. But I've been trying to pick my brain about how to decide what modules I actually need. But then the obvious choice slapped me in the face and said, well, just ask AI Tutor. Like if I identify the what, I want it to do, then that'll give me the how.
I'm gonna give you one piece of advice. Sharon, where are you? You here?
I'm
Fall
here. I'm
asleep.
here. I'm
Wake
here.
up. So, do you remember when we were working together and you were like, how are we going to put this together? What modules do I choose out of the elements? And I'm like, none. And you're like, what? And I'm like, go to Canva and design it. Do you remember
Mhm.
that? Can you tell Dan how valuable that part was?
It was truly valuable because, I mean, first of all, it's giving you the power. I mean, first of all, the creative part, right? It's just how should I say that? It's just giving you the power. I don't know how else to say it.
So then, after Sharon got the power like Super Saiyan, her hair went all yellow and stood up. She designed it, and I told her, and I'm like, Sharon, just forget about code for like 5 seconds. Design it, pretend after you finish the Canva, it's going to turn into a magic website. And she designed it. And she designed it with elements from the Midjourney magazine and from other magazine websites. She wanted it clean, and nothing was doing that for her. Then do you remember taking the Canva side by side and building everything in the Canva from scratch using Divi elements?
Yep.
Do you remember that? That's what you have to do.
It's so easy. It's so simple. When you just that's the thing. That's the future. We need to really, we're all creative. We all are. We just need to get
You
aware
have
of
the
it,
same-
be aware of it. Yeah.
You're going to have the same problem Sharon's going to have. And she's like, which element do I choose? And I'm like, well, text box could be any element because text box accepts HTML. Like, it's so crazy what you can do. Like, you can go right now, Dan, to the music platform, upload your music, right? Which you already probably did or didn't do. And if you didn't do it,
I
what are you
did.
waiting
I
for?
did. I did.
Okay, you did. So you would go there and you would click share, and instead of the link or X, you would choose embed. Throw that in a text box. Now you have music on your site, straight from AI Music Wave, hosted. So like, text box could be anything, actually. For Sharon, text box was cards, text box was images, and text box was dividers and spacers, which enabled her site, which I don't remember the link. I want to share it with you guys so you can see, because I think that's important. She'll yell at me, but I don't. She can get over it. All right, so guys, I'm gonna pin this to the nest, and I know I said I was done, but I'm almost done. You know, sometimes you just gotta go with the flow. This is the flow happening. We're gonna go with it. So hang on, let me just share this so you guys can actually visually see, which I think is super important. Okay, so I'm gonna share it. So go to the nest. You're gonna notice that this site does not look like anything you've seen in Divi ever. Let me know when you get there. This is Sharon's in progress version of her site, but you can see it's very custom. And she didn't work on like it's not fully done yet. So like, but you can see what's happening. Like, we're creating a clean interface that's different. And yeah, there's a few issues, but it's not done yet. No one said it's perfect. I'm showing you what it looks like to build it custom. So when you actually do build it custom, what it looks like. And you can see it doesn't look like a template. It looks custom. And yeah, there's a few CSS issues, but now that's Sharon's problem. That's what she's learning now. CSS, right, Sharon?
Yes.
See? Now the skeleton is there because of Canva and that flow. So remember, you can always design a website as if it was magic and then work towards building what you design.
And with AI Tutor, we
reverse.
have even more power.
Yeah.
Artifacts, all these things that we have now to really just customize our web page. We don't even really need
Exactly.
a template anymore. We don't. We have artifacts now in AI Tutor.
So when you think about this stuff, work reverse, Dan. Start in Canva where there's no rules, no wrong, no you can't do this. Put things where you want. And then work with WordPress to make a custom page that mimics this.
Right.
That's the smartest way to work.
Yeah, I think I probably wasn't clear in my question. Just because like the WordPress stuff, I feel very comfortable with. It's the VTiger CRM that I don't know like what modules to pick. So can you extrapolate what you just said and then say like
no,
because you wanted us to pick 5 modules? I'm like, I've been digging around in them all week, and I have no
So
idea what
they
anything
have to
does.
exist. No, but they don't have to exist. So for you, it could be album list. That could be a module. Then it could be like inventory if you have physical stuff. Could be clients, right? So you can have them called clients, and then you can have more information than what vTiger does, even though clients does exist. You can create services like creating songs with AI for someone. Like you got to just figure out what in your organization are you going to need.
Can I just say something there? I know we want to close, but
No,
CRM is just, it's customer data. So the data that we actually want to exchange with the customer, right? At the end of the day, is that correct, or is that too simple?
in its simplest form, that's what it is. But what it is like for us, for example, in our CRM, we can see all your servers because we have a custom module. So we have one like for servers and URLs and usernames. But in its simplest form, it's your customer data. In the most advanced form, it's also your warehouse, your invoicing, your customer support, and your landing page generation, like your lead gen. Like it'll have a form attached to it in your website. Someone fill out the form, they get entered as a customer. But that one, I would say, don't worry about how things work. Just come up with 5 things you need to catalog, and then we're going to figure out how to make it work. You don't have to do it, just come up with it. The only thing you have to do is landing page. If you don't have a landing page on Wednesday, we're going to be fighting. For sure.
Well, at least this time I heard the homework. Last time I didn't even hear it. I probably wasn't listening, but I heard it this time.
Because we're actually going to skip over the landing page part, and I'm going to assume you did it. So if you didn't do it, you're just not going to have that piece done. And we're going to be using it on Wednesday. So it has to be some form of a landing page. And you honestly have no excuses. So any excuse you can come up with, it's just no. Because you can just literally hit a template and make a page in 4 seconds. And you can give AI Tutor all the lorem ipsum and be like, transform lorem ipsum to things about Dan and Meditation album. It'll transform it all in like 5 seconds. Then you spend 10 minutes, save all the things, hit save, done, homework done. Because without that, you can't actually do the next part. So don't forget the homework, guys. If you need help, reach out. Don't DM on Twitter because I'll probably miss it and not answer you in time. You have a special channel. If you don't use a special channel, again, not my problem. You have I created a whole channel, a whole environment for you guys to get that help. Use the created support channels. This is what they're for.
Awesome, Ross. Great job tonight, and I hope everybody does do their homework. I must not yelled it loud enough last week, Sharon. But I'll take the blame on that. That's my V. But with that, Sarah, did you have any closing notes? I didn't want to skip over you before we ended the space.
I just want to say I'm proud of everybody. I hope that you didn't think coming up and telling folks your why was a moment of doing penance or confessionals or anything like that. It's that we all know that everybody's busy, and this wasn't necessarily raking you across the coals, but it is putting a fire under your tail, right? And you get to choose if you're being burned at the stake or if you're lighting the engines, right? So it depends on how we all take it, right? But I want to say how proud I am. It's a hard night. It was a hard night for some things. If you're not practicing daily, that muscle memory doesn't happen. It's like going to a martial arts, lesson, and you haven't practiced your forms. And everybody knows that you haven't practiced your forms, and that always sucks. But the long and the short of it is that you still walked in the door. You still suited up. You still, tied on the belt, and you still, made an attempt, right? And so that's part of it. But you also have to have that internal why. Why are you here? If it's to be entertained, or you didn't want to listen to a political space, or you didn't want to go and listen to the shouting and or whatnot, and the things carrying on in the various spaces on Twitter, and this is just to pass the time. I'm not saying it's a wrong thing. I'm just saying your time is so precious. You don't have very much of it. And the fact of the matter is that where you spend your time is where your heart is. That's it. Done, over with. Where you spend your time is where your heart resides. And if these projects are a passion project, whatever that means to you, it could be a legacy, it could be a way out, it could be absolving debt, it could be making ends meet, it could be forming generational wealth, it could be finding fame and fortune, whatever it is, whatever your why is, whatever that passion is, only you can answer that question. But the reason why it's so important is because being a solopreneur is lonely. And in the dark of the night, sometimes you're the only light you see. And that passion, that inner glow, is what keeps the dark at bay and the night at bay. And so I just want each and every one of you to know that we're living in a point in history where you have every opportunity to change your stars. You're not going to be stuck in whatever society puts you. That upward mobility belongs to you, and you have the ability to be and to do anything without an excuse. And sometimes that's the hardest part, is that up until a certain point, an excuse was always there. I didn't have time. I could not figure this out. This was out of my skill set. Well, we've got AI that gives us the mechanical advantage and erases that excuse. Now you have to face yourself in the mirror. And sometimes it's a moment where you're like, huh, that really wasn't a passion project. And you have to, ask yourself those hard questions. But I will tell you, your units of attention, your precious, precious moments, you can't get them back. So invest them wisely and, make them work for you, whatever that means. Make them work for you, because you can't get them back. They're the most valuable thing you have. So I have no regrets, because I love spending time with each and every one of you. I love seeing good things happen, that aha moment. Sharon, you made me laugh this evening. It's like, whoa, wait, it makes sense. And I love that, because I get to hear that all the time. I get to hear it on Saturdays, and I get to hear it here on Wednesdays. I've seen your handiwork, each and every one of you, the folks that show up. I just want you to know we believe in you. That's why we're here. No other reason. We're not being paid. We're all volunteers, but we believe in you. We believe in what you're capable of, even if you don't see it yet. And sometimes you need a hard teacher to force you to look in that mirror and see how awesome you are. Crazy, amazing, freaking awesome. Wonderfully and gloriously flawed and beautiful as your humans that you are. So I just want to say thank you to Cash Money Kev and Matea and Luke for providing the forum. And Nick, Alisher, Ross, I love you. I love you three so much. And Nick, I apologize for not recognizing your voice off the shoot. That's a me problem, and I hope I won't repeat it again. But just know I'm giving you a hug through the phone. And I will see each and every one of you, same time, same place, next Wednesday, obviously. But if you need to work on after school and get your homework done, tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. in about a little less under 12 hours, we'll see our future dwellers from Europe will pop in. There are many people that could not be here this evening. They will pop in. It's a great opportunity if you have the ability to do so. We only stick around for about an hour, so it's not a 5-hour shindig as we have this evening. But As always, if you need anything, holler. You know, you have your Pocket family here 24/7, 365. And there's always someone that will fire up a space for you. That's the beauty about having such wonderful family. You know, biology gives us one family, but life gives us the opportunity to cobble together our own Pocket family, and how spectacular you truly are. So have a wonderful evening. Thank you, Kev. You can close us out after, I think, if Matea has anything to say, but otherwise, have a wonderful night, folks. May all your good dreams catch you. Each and every one of you go on to greatness. Just go on to greatness.
And that's exactly why we call you the godmother of innovation, is right there, Sarah. We all love you. You're always taking care of everybody in the space, always checking in on us. I'm sure you do the same with Ross and the guys over there too. You're always checking in on them, I'm guessing, for sure. And you're just the godmother of innovation. There's not so many words that I can describe how priceless you are in this in these spaces, Sarah. So thank you for all that you do, and the attitude that you bring, and the kindness that you bring too. Ross, the new Pixio update, I can't wait for it to drop, man. This looks so cool. I can tell you put a lot of time into it, man. It's literally just gorgeous. It's just gorgeous. I can't wait for it to drop on the actual site. So props to you, Alisher, Nick, and thanks for giving us all the info and showing us how to do everything tonight. And I really enjoyed the why of hearing everybody's whys tonight. That was the not wasted time. If you thought you were getting interrogated or whatnot, don't feel like that at all. We don't judge anybody in these spaces, and we're all just here to help. And with that, we'll see you in the morning for the recap space. And I'll leave you with the three famous words to close out the space. Have a good night, everybody, and peace, love, and innovate.